How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Mas Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki, Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Pilipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Good afternoon, learners. I'm so happy to be with you today. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on our TV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, our TV Channel 26, Facebook Live, and on Converge Cable TV Channel 100. I am Teacher Jackie Lutisugi, your teacher broadcaster for English 8. Broadcasting live here at Santa Ignacia, Tarlac, bringing you the hottest lesson on air. How are you today, dear learners? I hope that all of you are in good health and in a comfortable place together with your learning activity sheet as well as your pen and paper. As you listen and watch carefully, capture and list down the important notes and ideas as we explore our lesson. If you have questions and clarifications regarding our lesson today, just post them in the comment section if you're watching our FB Live. But if you are listening to the radio and watching TV, you may send your questions via text messaging or FB Messenger to your teacher. Get ready, 8th graders. I believe you are now prepared. Our exciting adventure will now begin with our topic for today. Today, we will tackle Quarter 4, Module 5, Developing Paragraphs that Illustrate Each Text Type, focusing on recount and persuasive text. At the end of this 25-minute learning process, you are expected to, first, define the different text types. Second, identify the text types illustrated in each sentence or paragraph. And develop paragraphs that illustrate a specific text type. Before we begin, let us first review how well you remember the lesson that you had with Teacher Ann last Tuesday. Let's answer this activity from your previous lesson. Let me read the instruction for you. Read each item carefully and identify whether the provided function of text type is expository or procedural. Write PR if the sentence is procedural and EX if expository. Write your answers on your answer sheet. Let's begin. Number 1. The writer details the reasons for an event or situation before discussing the effects. What is your answer? If your answer is EX, you are absolutely correct. Number 2. The writer provided the detailed instruction on how to cook chop suey. What is your answer to number 2? If your answer is PR, that's great. You are correct. Number 3. After identifying a problem in today's world, the writer possesses a possible solution. What is the answer to number 3? If your answer is EX, very good. You are correct. Number 4. The author provided a step-by-step instruction in accomplishing the task. What is your answer to number 4? If your answer is PR, you are amazing. Number 5. The writer discussed the mechanics and rules of the game. What is the answer to number 5? If your answer is PR, you are absolutely correct. How was your score? I hope everyone did well in this activity. Now, let's begin our new lesson. There are text types, and we will focus on recount and persuasive text. Let us first define recount. Recount retells past events, which may either be personal or factual. Recount writing is a style of writing that recalls an event or experience. They are usually based on the experience of the writer, and therefore, they're most often told from the first person. But this isn't always the case. Sometimes, they're told on behalf of someone else. Let us now proceed to personal recount. Personal recount retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. Diary entries and short personal memoirs are examples of personal recounts. This type of recount writing is also about writer's recollection of a particular event or experience. It's also what we do whenever we tell someone a story about something that happened to us. Let us check this example entitled Memories Last a Lifetime by Clarita Tresh. My family used to visit my grandparents' farm in the province. I had all the first-time experiences such as riding on a carabao, climbing fruit trees, swimming in the river, and counting pinipig rice. I could not forget also how my mother cooked her special bibingka or rice cake for us. I felt that life in the farm was fun. It made me realize that happiness cannot only be found at the city, but also in the countryside. The other type of recount is factual recount. It retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. News reports and witness statements are examples of factual recount. The purpose of factual recount is to inform the reader about a particular event. An example of this is The Footsteps in the Moon written by Clarita Tresh. Riding in a spacecraft named Apollo 11, Neil Armstrong and company were determined to reach the moon. On July 20, 1969, they successfully made it. One giant leap for mankind. The historical line exclaimed by Neil Armstrong. This has been a tough challenge to an astronaut's mission that brought success to his nation. Such honor made him noteworthy. Carrying his nation's flag placed on the moon's surface was a victory. Let us now proceed to the persuasive text. Persuasive text intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe and perform a certain action or change mind. The main purpose of persuasive text is to present the point of view and seeks to persuade a reader. A persuasive text can be argument, exposition, discussion, review, or even an advertisement. For example, Trichelia White Beauty Soap by Clarita Tresh. Using Trichelia White Beauty Soap truly gives an amazing effect. It makes your skin look smooth and silky white. It contains glutathione and vitamin C. Hurry! Grab this product from stores nationwide and experience young-looking skin like no other. Did you like the topic for today? Very good. I am happy that you like it. Now, it's practice time. Let's move on to our Let Us Apply Activity 1. And I bet that you are ready. For our first activity, we are going to complete the table with the correct text type. Choose your answers from the box. Write your answers on your answer sheet. You can also type in your comment in the comment section if you are watching in our FB Live. I will read each sentence twice and you are given 3 seconds to think of your answer. Let's proceed to number 1. The example of this is a diary entry. These also tell stories that the writer was personally involved. The example of this is a diary entry. These also tell stories that the writer was personally involved. What text type is this? Correct! The answer is B, personal recount. Number 2. A news report is an example of this text type. These are also stories that happened in real life but may not be about the author. A news report is an example of this text type. These are also stories that happened in real life but may not be about the author. What is your answer to number 2? You are correct. The answer is C, factual recount. Number 3. One of the examples of this text type is a memoir. The purpose of this text type is to tell stories about an important part of life and written from the perspective of the writer. One of the examples of this text type is a memoir. The purpose of this text type is to tell stories about an important part of life and written from the perspective of the writer. What is the answer to number 3? That's great. The answer is B, personal recount. Number 4. Commercials are the examples of this text type. Its purpose is to influence the reader's mind and perform a certain action. Commercials are the example of this text type. Its purpose is to influence the reader's mind and perform a certain action. What text type is this? If your answer is A, persuasive text, excellent, you are correct. And for the last number in activity 1, number 5. An advertisement is an example of this text type. The purpose is to convince readers and believe on the author's idea. An advertisement is an example of this text type. The purpose is to convince readers and believe on the author's idea. What is your answer to number 5? That's great. The answer is letter A, persuasive text. How was your score? Did you get the perfect score? Excellent, grade 8 learners. But if you did not get the perfect score, do not worry because there is still room for improvement. And we still have more activities to accomplish. With that, we will now move on to our next activity and let me read the directions. Match the text type in column A to its definition in column B. Write your answers on your answer sheet. I will read each text type and its choices once, and you have 3 seconds to think of your answer. Number 1. Persuasive text. Is it letter A? It retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. Letter B. It intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe and perform a certain action or change mind. Or letter C. It retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. What is your answer to number 1? If your answer is letter B, you are correct. Number 2. Personal recount. Is it letter A? It retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. Letter B. It intends to convince readers or listeners to believe, perform a certain action, or change mind. Or letter C. It retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. What is the definition of this text type? If your answer is letter C in number 2, you are absolutely correct. Number 3. Factual recount. Is it letter A? It retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. Or letter B, it intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe and perform a certain action or change mind. Or letter C, it retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. What is the answer to number 3? The correct answer to number 3 is letter A. I hope you got it right, grade 8. How was your score? I hope everyone did well in this activity. Let us now proceed to our next activity and let me read the directions. Categorize the examples provided inside the box according to its text type. Write your answers on your answer sheet. I will read each text types and each choices once, and you are given 3 seconds to think of your answer. Let's now proceed to number 1. The text type is persuasive text. Is it letter A, witness statement? Or letter B, is online on homeschool an effective way to learn? Or letter C, short personal memoir? What is the exact example for number 1? If your answer is letter B, very good, you are correct. Number 2, personal recount. What is the exact example for this text type? Is it letter A, witness statement? Letter B, is online on homeschool an effective way to learn? Letter C, short personal memoir. What is the answer? If your answer is letter C, excellent, you got the correct answer. And for the last number in activity 2.1, factual recount. What is the exact example for this text type? Is it A, witness statement? B, is online on homeschool an effective way to learn? Or letter C, short personal memoir? What is the answer? Very good. The answer is letter A. How was your score in activity 2.1? Did you get a perfect score? Excellent, grade 8 learners. We will now proceed to our next activity and let me read the directions. Identify what text type is being expressed in each paragraph. Choose your answer inside the box. Write your answers on your answer sheet. I will read each paragraph once, and you are given 5 seconds to think of your answer. I had once visited a place last Holy Week. I was amazed by the environment. I love its calm and peaceful scenery. Whenever I saw the trees, flowers, and birds, they gave me the feeling of happiness. I felt relief from stress. That place gave me the comfort and relaxation I needed. What text type was expressed in the paragraph? If your answer is letter B, you are correct. Number 2. On Children's Day in 1999, a technology company treated more than 200 unprivileged children to a high-tech experience. They were given training on information technology. What is the answer to number 2? The answer is letter C. I hope you got the correct answer. Number 3. I spent my day at home most of the time, washing and disinfecting my hands every now and then, and ate healthy foods. I also make myself productive, do my modules or classes in the morning, helping around the house and spending time with my family. What is your answer to number 3? If your answer is letter B, you are correct. Number 4. Should students eat breakfast every day? Skipping breakfast is very common to young people. They think it is not necessary. However, I believe that eating breakfast is important to start the day right. The following are the advantages of having breakfast. It gives your body energy and strength and makes your brain function well. On the other hand, missing breakfast will lead to a lot of health problems. So, now is the right time to start eating breakfast to stay healthy and productive. What text type was expressed in the paragraph? Exactly, the answer is letter A. And the last number for this activity, number 5. the community pantry of essential goods that first emerged along a street in Quezon City has spread in other areas in and out of Metro Manila. Many persons praise such effort as a form of community spirit, where strangers help strangers during the COVID-19 pandemic. But at the same time, they see it as a critique of the government's response to the coronavirus, which they feel is not reaching the people who need the help the most. We are here to remind each other that we can rely on one another. After all, we can't really rely on anyone else. What is your answer? If you answer letter C, excellent! You are correct. Before I present to you your post-listening activity, let's have a review of our discussion. The first text type that we discuss is recount. It retells past events, which may either be personal or factual. On the other hand, the personal recount retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. Diary entries and short personal memoirs are examples of personal recounts, while factual recounts retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. News reports and witness statements are examples of factual recounting. And for the persuasive text, it intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe, perform a certain action, or change mind. Commercials and advertisement are examples of persuasive text. And for our post-listening or viewing activity, you are going to choose one from the following writing tasks. Note the rubric for evaluating your written output. Write your answers on your answer sheet. The following are the writing tasks. Number 1, write a personal recount in the form of a diary. Number 2, make a personal recount on the topic COVID vaccination in the Philippines. And number 3, write a 5-sentence persuasive text about your stand on the use of cell phone in the classroom. Here is the rubric for your activity. The first component is structure. 3 points if your output has logical sentences with clear main idea and supporting idea. 2 points if it has 3 to 4 logical sentences with clear main idea and supporting details. And 1 point if it has 1 to 2 sentences with main idea but lacks supporting details. And the second component is content and language features. 3 points if your output has 5 sentences that give factual information with definition or explanation of the keywords used. 2 points if it has 3 to 4 sentences that give factual information with definition or explanation of the keywords used. And 1 point if it has 1 to 2 sentences attempt to give factual information or explanation of the keywords used. Our lesson in English 8 has just ended. You may now start working on the activities of the learning activity sheet to enhance your skills. Start answering the post-listening activity by simply following the instructions. If you find it hard to do the other activities, you may ask a family member to help you, or you may ask your teacher to explain it more to you. Time flies really fast. 25 minutes of fun learning is just like 25 seconds. Take this quotation from Satyanani as your takeaway. A little progress each day adds up to big results. Always remember to enjoy while learning. Until our next discovery, grade 8. Once again, you are tuned in at Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 8-8 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, RTV Channel 26, Facebook Live, and on Converge Cable TV Channel 100. Again, this is Teacher Jackie Lutisugi, your teacher broadcaster. God bless everyone!
This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM.
Your only one FM.
Handa ka na bang pumasok sa mundo ng sports? Kung ready ka na, welcome sa headquarters ng Usapang Sports. Sports Minded. Saksihan ang inspiring, unfiltered moments kasama ang mga paborito mong athletes and sports legends at ang mga secrets to win mula mismo sa mga bigating coaches. Sports Minded. Uplifting stories. Breathtaking adventures. And real-life conversations on and off the court. This is your exclusive access to the celebrities of sports. Sports Minded. Sabado, alas 11 ng umaga sa Radyo Pilipino at alas 12 ng tanghali sa 1FM. Mapapanood rin sa Radyo Pilipino at 1FM Facebook pages. Sports Minded.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat, mga giliw naming mag-aaral sa ikawalong baitang. Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo sa Schools Division of Tarlac Province sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, DZTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Naririto tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta kayo mga ginigiliw naming mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong patuloy na pagpupunyagi ng pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng mga hamong ating kinakaharap bunsod ng COVID-19 para sa mas magandang kinabukasan. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan 8, Ginang Venus P. Esteban, na inyong makakasama upang gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin kung saan ito ay natataya ang epekto ng mga ideolohiya ng Cold War at ng neokolonyalismo sa iba't ibang bahagi ng daigdig. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ikawalong baitang na kasalukuyang nakasubaybay sa ating live broadcast pagkatapos po ng ating pag-aaral at mayroon kayong mga katanungan o nais linawin kaugnay sa ating paksa ay maaari po kayong magpadala ng inyong mensahe sa aking numerong 0916-456-7838. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, nais kong ipabatid ang mga dapat gawin bago simulan ang ating pag-aaral upang lubos na maging handa sa isang mabunga at makabuluhang pag-aaral. Una, tiyakin na nasa maayos at komportableng lugar habang nakasubaybay sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Pangalawa, ihanda ang isip. Ihanda ang CP ng inyong module, papel at ballpen na gagamitin sa ating pag-aaral. At panghuli, isantabi ang ibang gawain at ituon ang sarili sa paksang tatalakayin. Batid ko na kayang-kaya ninyong gawin ang mga ito. Balikan muna natin ang paksang tinalakay sa unang sesyon sa linggong ito. Subukan ninyong sagutin ang 5 tanong na aking ibibigay ukol sa neokolonyalismo, pamamaraan o o sangkap nito at mga pamamaraan at uri ng neokolonyalismo. Para sa balik-aral, ihanda ang inyong papel, ballpen, at isulat sa inyong sagutang papel ang inyong mga sagot sa bawat tanong. Bibigyan ko kayo ng 5 segundo sa bawat tanong para sa inyong pagsagot. Handa na ba kayo? Kung gayon, magsisimula na tayo sa ating balik-aral. Para sa unang tanong, ito ay makabagong anyo ng pananakop sa pamamagitan ng mapayapang paraan sa pagitan ng makapangyarihang bansa at mahinang bansa sa pang-aabuso sa ekonomikal na kalagayan ng huli. Ano ang inyong sagot? Ang sagot ay neokolonyalismo. Ikalawang tanong, ano ang uri ng neokolonyalismo na sumasalamin sa pakunwaring tulong tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng kalagayang pangkabuhayan ng isang bansa? Ano ang inyong sagot? Ang tamang sagot ay pang-ekonomiya. Para sa ikatlong tanong, ito ay anyo ng neokolonyalismo kung saan nababago nito ang mga likas na pananaw o pagkakakilanlan ng tinutulungang bansa mula sa iba't ibang impluwensya. At ang tamang sagot ay pangkultura. Para sa ika-4 na tanong, ito ay pagbibigay ng tulong ng isang bansa sa isang bansa sa pamamagitan ng pinansyal, sandatahan o iba pang mga pangangailangan ng isang bansa na mayroong layuning mapaigting ang relasyon o alyansa. At ang tamang sagot ay foreign aid. Para sa ika-5 tanong, anong grupo ang itinayo ng 120 pribadong kumpanya at mga bangko ng kanlurang Europa na kung saan ay nagkaloob ng pondo sa bansang Brazil, Ecuador, Nicaragua at Chile? At ang tamang sagot ay ADELA o Atlantic Community Development Group for Latin America. Ilan ang nakuha ninyong tamang sagot? Batid ko na marami. Kung hindi man, huwag malungkot. May pagkakataon pa kayong makabawi sa mga susunod na gawain. Tinalakay ninyo sa nakaraang aralin ang tungkol sa neokolonyalismo, pamamaraan o sangkap nito, at mga pamamaraan at uri ng neokolonyalismo. Kung sa unang bahagi ng pag-aaral ay inyong natutuhan ang tungkol sa neokolonyalismo, pamamaraan o sangkap nito, ganun din ang mga uri nito sa gabay ng ating napakahusay na guro na si Ginoong Arvin Lee. Ngayon ay handa na ba kayo sa ating bagong aralin? Alam kong handang-handa na kayong mag-aral at matuto dito sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Ngayon ay atin namang talakayin ang iba pang pamamaraan, uri at epekto ng neokolonyalismo. Inaasahan natin na pagkatapos ng ating sesyon ng pag-aaral ay magagawa nating maisa-isa at masuri ang iba pang mga pamamaraan at uri ng neokolonyalismo, ganun din ang epekto nito. Pero, bago natin simulan ang ating talakayan, ay magkaroon muna tayo ng kalinawan at higit na pagkaunawa sa dalawang mahalagang konsepto, ang foreign aid at ang debt trap. Ano nga ba ang kahulugan ng salitang foreign aid? At ano ba ang kahulugan ng debt trap? Ngayon ay ating hihimayin ang kahulugan ng dalawang konsepto dito pa rin sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang foreign aid ay pagbibigay tulong ng isang bansa sa iba pang bansa mula pinansyal, militar, o ano pa mang resources. Ito ay maaaring ipagkaloob bilang pagpapatibay ng relasyon o alyansa ng dalawang bansa. Maaari rin itong ibigay kapalit ng commercial access sa mga likas na yaman ng bansang tatanggap nito. Dagdag pa rito ay ang pagtatatag ng alyansang pang-militar. Ang debt trap naman ay utang na bitag na isang teorya upang ilarawan ang isang makapangyarihang bansa sa pagpapautang o institusyong naghahangad na malagyan ang isang bansang hiram na may napakalaking utang upang madagdagan ang pagkakamit nito. Ang neokolonyalismo ay tinawag na modernong anyo ng kolonyalismo kung saan ang mga dating kapangyarihan ng kolonyal ng mundo ay gumagamit ng mapayapang paraan upang makamit ang mga layunin nito sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng isang nakaka-impluwensyang pangkabuhayan, pampolitika at pangkulturang mga bagay sa iba pang malaya o decolonized na mga bansa. Kung gayon, ano pa ang ibang mga pamamaraan at uri ng neokolonyalismo? Ano-ano ang mga epekto ng neokolonyalismo? Halina't ating isa-isahin sa pagpapatuloy ng ating makabuluhang pag-aaral. Ipapaliwanag natin yan ng mas mabuti dito pa rin sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Para sa unang gawain, maghanap tayo. Ihanda ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen. Isulat ang inyong pangalan, antas at pangkat at petsa ngayong araw. Magsisimula na tayo. Simple lang at madali ang ating panuntunan sa gawain ito. Kailangan lamang na makahanap ng 3 bagay na produktong banyaga at 3 bagay na lokal na makikita sa loob ng tahanan at pagkatapos ay ipapaliwanag ang kalidad at ang importansya ng bawat bagay na nakita. Isulat ang inyong sagot sa kwaderno batay sa panuto. Bibigyan ko kayo ng 10 segundo. Handa na ba kayo? Inyong simulan ang paghahanap. Ngayon ay ating alamin at suriin ang sagot ni Erica na mula sa Grade 8 Section Matapat ng Pada-Pada National High School. Ang 3 produktong banyaga na nakita niya sa kanilang tahanan ay ang mga sumusunod. Una, ang pabango na Victoria's Secret na padala ng kanyang pinsan mula sa Amerika. Pangalawa, ay ang lead jeans na kanyang paborito at ginagamit kapag may pupuntahang lugar. At ang panghuli, ang Oppo na cellphone na gawa sa China. Ito ang lagi niyang gamit sa komunikasyon at pag-aaral sa kanilang tahanan. Para naman sa produktong Pilipino na makikita sa kanilang tahanan ay ang mga sumusunod. Una, ang sombrero na laging ginagamit ng kanyang tatay sa pagpunta sa bukid. Pangalawa, ang tabo na ginagamit ni nanay sa pagdilig ng mga halaman. At ang panghuli ay ang uniforme ng kanyang ate na tinahi ni Aling Nena para sa araw-araw na pagpasok nito sa trabaho. Makikita natin na sa bahay ni na Erica ay mayroong mga produkto at gamit na yari sa Pilipinas at mayroon din namang mga produkto na yari sa ibang bansa. Mapapansin natin na sa loob ng mga tahanan natin ay nabahiran na ng pamamaraan ng neokolonyalismo. Mula sa ating mga pagkain, kagamitan, maging sa ating mga nakagawian o pag-uugali at kultura sa kabuuan. Ang unang bahagi ng ating leksyon ay tungkol naman sa iba pang pamamaraan at uri ng neokolonyalismo. Ang ikatlong pamamaraan ay ang dayuhang tulong o foreign aid. Ito ay isa pang instrumento ng mga neokolonyalismo na kung saan ay nakapaloob sa dayuhang tulong o foreign aid na maaaring pang-ekonomiya, pang-kultura o pang-militar. Sa simula ay maiisip na walang anumang kondisyon ang pagtulong tulad ng pamimigay ng mga bakuna laban sa COVID-19 at iba pa na mga kagamitan tulad ng face mask at iba pa. Ngunit kung ating titingnang mabuti, may kapalit ang libreng pagtulong. Nagbibenta ang bansang tumulong ng kanilang mga produkto sa bansang kanilang tinulungan. Kung kaya't bumabalik rin sa huli ang malaking tubo ng kanilang puhunan at lalo silang yumayaman. Ika-4 na pamamaraan ay ang dayuhang pautang o foreign debt. Gayun din, anumang pautang na ibigay ng International Monetary Fund or World Bank ay laging may kaakibat na kondisyon na tinatanggap ng bansa na nangungutang. Kabilang dito ay ang pagbubukas ng bansang pinauutang sa dayuhang pamumuhunan at kalakalan. Kaya naman, nagkakaroon ng pagdagsa ng mga produktong dayuhan, pagpapababa ng halaga ng salapi at pagsasaayos ng sistema ng pagbubuwis. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit hindi makaahon sa utang ang mahirap o tinatawag na mga papaunlad na bansa. Debt trap ang itinawag dito. At ang ika-5 pamamaraan ay ang lihim na pagkilos o covert operation. Kung hindi mapasunod ng mapayapa, gumagawa ng paraan ang mga neokolonyalista upang guluhin ang isang pamahalaan o ibagsak ito ng tuluyan. Kaugnay sa unang aralin, mayroon tayong isang katanungan. Ano-ano ang pamamaraan ng neokolonyalismo? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay isang pang-instrumento ng mga neokolonyalismo ang nakapaloob sa dayuhang tulong o foreign aid na maaaring pang-ekonomiya, pang-kultura at pang-militar, ang isang halimbawa ay ang karanasan ng ating bansa, ang pagbibigay ng kondisyon na dapat sundin ng bansang umuutang. At kapag hindi mapasunod ng mapayapa ang isang bansa, gagawa ang neokolonyalista ng pagkilos na guluhin at pabagsakin ang isang bansa. Tama! At kayo'y magaling sa pagkaunawa sa mga pamamaraan ng neokolonyalismo. Para naman sa ating ikalawang bahagi ng ating pag-aaral, atin namang tatalakayin ang tungkol sa mga epekto ng neokolonyalismo. Maraming epekto ng neokolonyalismo sa mga bansang sinakop at pinagsamantalahan nito. Una na dito, ang over-dependence o labis na pagdepende sa ibang bansa. Malinaw na umaasa ng labis ang mga tao sa mayayamang bansa, lalo na sa may kaugnayan sa Amerika. Ikalawa dito ay ang loss of pride o kawalan ng karangalan, sanhi ng impluwensya ng mga dayuhan. Nabubuo sa isipan ng mga tao na lahat ng galing sa kanluran ay mabuti at mahusay, na isang dahilan kung bakit ang tao ay nawalan ng interes sa sariling kultura at mga produkto. Ikatlong epekto ng neokolonyalismo ay ang continued enslavement o patuloy na pang-aalipin. Totoo ngang Ang umuunlad na bansa ay malaya sa teritoryo at prinsipyo. Ngunit, sa tunay na kahulugan ng salitang kalayaan, ang mga papaunlad na bansa ay patuloy pa ring nakatali sa mala-kolonyal at makapitalistang interes ng kanluran. Ang lahat ng aspeto ng ating pamumuhay ay kontrolado pa rin ng mga kanlurani. Sa ikalawang bahagi ng ating leksyon, mayroon tayong isang katanungan. Ano-ano ang naging epekto ng neokolonyalismo? Maraming epekto ang neokolonyalismo sa mga bansang sinakop at pinagsamantalahan ito. Kagaya na lamang ng sobrang pagdepende sa mga mayayamang bansa, kawalan ng karangalan ng bansa, at patuloy na pang-aalipin ng mga mayayamang bansa sa mga mahihirap na bansa. Ngayong natapos na ang mga aralin, natutunan natin na ang neokolonyalismo ay isang anyo ng pananakop ng mga mayayaman at makapangyarihang bansa at ito ay hindi tuwiran. Ang neokolonyalismo ay may dalawang uri, ang ekonomiko at kultural. Ang una ay sa pamamagitan ng mga tulong at pautang na ipinagkaloob sa isang mahirap na bansa. At ang kultural ay binubuo ng mga awit, palabas, babasahin at iba pa na ipinagkaloob ng mga dayuhan sa isang bansa. Nakakaapekto ang neokolonyalismo sa kadahilanang nagiging labis na palaasa ang mga mahihirap na bansa at kadalasang nawawalan sila ng karangalan. Patuloy din na inaalipin ang mga bansang ito. Nakakalungkot man na isipin na sa pagtatapos ng ating aralin, tayo ay namulat sa katotohanang tayo ay naimpluwensyahan ng neokolonyalismo mula sa ating mga pagkain, pananamit, pag-uugali, mga awit, palabas, mga babasahin at maging sa ating kultura ay may bahid na ng kulturang banyaga. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, naisip niyo ba ang epekto ng labis na pagtangkilik sa mga kultura ng mga banyaga? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay opo, lubos akong nagagalak. Naway lagi nating tatandaan na bago natin tangkilikin ang mga bagay na banyaga, unahin at pahalagahan natin ang sariling atin. Dahil walang ibang sa ating kultura ay magpapatuloy at mangangalaga, kundi tayong mga Pilipinong nagmamahal sa ating bansa. Ang mga paniniwala at pagpapahalagang Pilipino tulad ng pagmamano, pagsasabi ng po at opo, mga kaugaliang maging tapat, marangal ay tunay na dapat na maging taglay ng mga kabataan upang mahubog ang pagkatao ng isang mabuting mamamayan. Sana ay lubos ninyong naunawaan ang huling bahagi ng ating pag-aaral patungkol sa neokolonyalismo, pamamaraan o sangkap ito, ganun din ang mga uri at epekto nito. Ngayong natapos na ang ating aralin, oras na para mataya ang inyong kaalaman ukol sa neokolonyalismo. Ihanda ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen para sa inyong gawain at isulat muli ang inyong pangalan, antas, at pangkat at ganun din ang petsa. At handa na ba kayo? Mukhang handa na nga kayo. Kung gayon, ay pakinggang mabuti ang mga tanong na aking babasahin at isulat ninyo ang tamang sagot sa sagutang papel. Para sa ating unang gawain, tukuyin kung anong uri ng neokolonyalismo ang ipinapakita ng mga sitwasyon. Maaaring ito ay pang-politika, pang-ekonomiya, pang-kultural, at pang-militar. Ang mga bansa sa mundo ay nahahati sa mga ideolohiyang isinulong ng mga superpowers matapos ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Ang sagot ay pang-politika. Number 2, nagpapautang ang World Bank ng pera sa Pilipinas upang suportahan ang pagsasaayos ng sistema ng edukasyon. Ang sagot ay pang-ekonomiya. Pangatlo, ang pag-organisa ng pagtatanghal na nagtatampok ng kahusayan sa sining at musika ng kanilang bansa. Ang sagot ay pangkultura. At pang-apat, ang taunang pagdaraos ng balikatan exercise sa pagitan ng mga sundalong Amerikano at Pilipino. At ang tamang sagot ay pang-militar. Panglima, ang wikang Ingles ang siyang itinadhana at papairaling bilang wikang gagamitin sa mga paaralan. Ang sagot ay pangkultura. Para sa ikalawang gawain, suriin ang mga pahayag sa bawat bilang ayon sa epekto ng neokolonyalismo, kung saan maaring ito ay mabuti o hindi mabuti sa pamamagitan ng pagguhit ng simbolong thumbs up o thumbs down. Ibigyan ko kayo ng 5 segundo sa inyong pagsagot sa bawat bilang. Unang bilang, madalas na pag-utang. Ang tamang sagot ay thumbs down. Pangalawang bilang, tulong teknikal. Ang tamang sagot ay thumbs up. Para sa ikatlo, produktong dayuhan. Ang tamang sagot ay thumbs down. Para sa pang-apat, tulong na gamot. Ang tamang sagot ay thumbs up. At sa pang-5, mga pelikulang dayuhan. At ang tamang sagot ay thumbs down. Nakakuha ba kayo ng mataas na score sa inyong mga gawain? Mahusay! At para naman sa mga hindi nakakuha ng mga tamang konsepto kaugnay sa mga epekto ng neokolonyalismo, ay huwag kayong malungkot. Sa halip ay patuloy na magpursigi sa pag-aaral at bumawi sa susunod nating episode kasama kaming mga guro sa Araling Panlipunan 8 bilang inyong mga gabay. Kayang-kaya ninyo yan. At para sa ating isapuso, anuman ang mga impluwensyang hatid ng mga dayuhan na pinaigting ng neokolonyalismo, ang diwa ng ating pagka-Pilipino naway patuloy na maisabuhay na maging kabahagi sa paglikha ng lipunang aral tungo sa lipunang iral. Para sa inyong gawaing pagganap, kayo ay gagawa ng isang picture collage na nagpapakita sa mga paraan upang maibsan o mapagtagumpayan ang mga epekto ng neokolonyalismo. At para sa inyong pamantayan o sa pagmamarka, ito ay ayon sa kaugnayan sa aralin, pagkamalikhain at kaayusan at kalinisan. Isa na namang matagumpay na pag-aaral ang ating naisagawa ngayong hapong ito kaugnay sa ating leksyon. Upang magkaroon ng ideya sa susunod na tatalakayin, maaari ninyong basahin ang pahina 509 hanggang pahina 520 para maging handa kayo sa susunod nating pag-aaral. Ito ay patungkol sa mga pandaigdigang organisasyon, pangkat at alyansa. Sana ay huwag ninyong kalimutan ang mahalagang aral na inyong natutuhan mula sa ating leksyon sa hapong ito at sikapin ninyong maisabuhay at maibahagi sa kapwa mag-aaral. Inaasahan ko na kayo'y natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Pinang Venus P. Esteban na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan tungo sa paglikha ng lipunang aral, tungo sa inaasam na lipunang iral na ang mga mamamayan ay ganap na makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli, maraming salamat at pagpalain tayong lahat.
Ang Asia-New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
Alam niyo ba na ang Great Barrier Reef ay ang pinakamalaking living structure on Earth? Matatagpuan ito sa baybayin ng Queensland sa Australia. Ito ay pinamamahayan ng 3,000 coral reefs at 900 coral islands na matatagpuan sa ilalim ng Coral Sea. May haba itong higit sa 2,000 kilometers at makikita lamang sa outer space. Ngunit, dahil sa fragile coral colony nito, unti-unti na itong nasisira sa paglipas ng panahon at dulot na rin ng climate change, polusyon at man-made disasters. Alam nyo na, yan ang Great Barrier Reef.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Mas Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Blessed Thursday afternoon and a big hello, dear grade 8 learners. Welcome to another fun and exciting learning at Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac, Facebook Live and on Converge Cable TV Channel 100. I am teacher Juliet A. De La Cruz, broadcasting live from San Bartolome, Mentok, Tarlac. Please join me as we explore and learn our today's lesson. How are you, my dear learners? I hope you are doing great. Are you ready to learn something new? Alright, so prepare yourselves for a new lesson full of knowledge, skills, and practical experience. As we begin our lesson, kindly prepare your learning activity sheet, pen, and paper. Make sure that you are seated comfortably, far from noise, so that you can hear me loud and clear while listening to this program. Also, I want you to interact by commenting in the chat box with your name, section, and school you are from. Let us start with a short review on our previous lesson. Do you still remember our topic last meeting? Very good. Last meeting, you learned about the qualities of a farm worker. Can you still recall what are the qualities of a farm worker? Great! These are dexterity, listening skills, physical strength, physical stamina, and mechanical skills. It is indeed a wonderful day. It seems that most of you can still remember our previous lesson. We shall now proceed to our new lesson. But before that, let's play a game. This game is Complete Me. I will read the directions twice. So here is the direction. Identify the farm activities by filling in the missing letters. In every picture, you will be given 5 seconds to answer. Again, identify the farm activities by filling in the missing letters. In every picture, you will be given 5 seconds to answer. For those who are watching on Facebook, you can comment your answers on the chat box. Now, are you ready? Well then, let's start the game. First picture. Okay, time's up. The answer is transplanting. Very good, dear learners. You got the correct answer. Item number 2. Time's up. If your answer is harrowing, you are correct. Item number 3. Time's up. You are correct. The answer for item number 3 is flowing. Number 4. Your time is up. If your answer is harvesting, you are absolutely correct. And lastly, time's up. The answer for item number 5 is spraying. How many correct answers did you get in this activity? Very good. Give yourselves a clap for a job well done. And thank you for your active participation. The picture and words being described in the activity has something to do with our lesson for today. Our topic for today is all about the work task in line with farm operations. At the end of the lesson, you will be able to identify work tasks in line with farm operations. Follow the correct steps in different work tasks and explain the importance of the different tasks in farm operations. Are you ready, dear grade 8 learners? Alright, then let's explore. Let us define first the term task. A task is usually an assigned piece of work, often to be finished within a certain time. In other words, it is the activity that needs to be accomplished towards work-related goals. Next, what is a farm worker? It is a hired agricultural laborer. The term farm worker is sometimes used more narrowly, applying only to a hired worker involved in agricultural production, including harvesting and others. Now let's move on to the different work tasks in line with farm operations. First task is plowing. It is the process of cultivating the soil in preparation for sowing seed for planting and to loosen or turn the soil. There are two ways to plow the land. First is mechanical plowing, which means plowing using four-wheeled tractor. And the second one is plowing using animal, specifically a carabao. There are steps to follow in plowing. First step is to clear the field. Next is to cut all tall grasses and remove stubbles that may interfere with plowing. This is important for effective weed control and for enriching the soil. Third step is to irrigate the field 2 to 3 days after glyphosate application. Fourth step is to maintain water at 2 to 3 centimeter level for about 3 to 7 days or until it is soft enough and suitable for an equipment to be used. And lastly, plow or rotovate the field to incorporate stubbles and hasten decomposition. Those are the 5 steps to follow in plowing. Now let's proceed to the second work task, and that is harrowing. Harrowing is a process of breaking clods and to provide a finer finish. And just like in plowing, there are also two ways in harrowing: mechanical harrowing and harrowing using animal or carabao. There are 2 steps to follow in harrowing. First is to harrow and level the field thrice, using a hand tractor equipped with a comb plow to break and puddle clods of soil, and incorporate organic materials into the soil thoroughly. First harrow is at 14 days before transplanting or sowing. Second harrowing is at 7 days before transplanting or sowing. The third and last harrowing will be at 2 days before transplanting or sowing. Last step in harrowing is to level the field using a wooden plank pulled by a power tiller after the third plowing to attain uniform water depth. Next will be planting. In planting, we have transplanting and broadcasting the seed. Transplanting is the technique of moving a plant from its original place to another. And broadcasting is a method of seeding that involves scattering seed by hand or mechanically. There are 4 steps in planting. First is to pull out the seedlings at an average of 15 to 30 days after seeding from nurseries and transport them to the main field. But in a modified mat nursery, seedlings are transplanted at 15 to 20 days after seeding. Second, transplant the seedlings soon after pulling from the nursery in a puddled and leveled field. Third step is to transplant 2 to 3 seedlings per hill at shallow depth at optimum spacing, which is 20 cm by 20 cm. And lastly, handle the seedlings carefully to ensure their fast revival and rapid growth after transplanting. And now, we are on the 4th work task, which is applying fertilizer. It is a supplemental application of plant nutrients to crops to augment the supply from natural sources. There are 7 steps to follow in application of fertilizer. First is to test the soil. Soil testing provides an accurate assessment of the soil's fertility to make fertilizer recommendations. Second is to calculate how much fertilizer you will need. Next is to apply the fertilizer. Then, cultivate or till the fertilizer into the soil around the plant. Fifth step is to watch for signs of over or under fertilization while your plants are growing. Sixth step is to clean up all the equipment as soon as you are finished using it. And the last step is to store unused fertilizer in its original package and, if possible, in a dry, safe place. Now we are on the 5th work task, which is spraying pesticides. Spraying or applying pesticides is to control weeds, insect infestation, and diseases. In spraying pesticides, there are 5 steps. First is to read and check the label. Next is to use appropriate personal protective equipment or the PPE. Third is to mix enough pesticides to treat the plant to be sprayed. Then, after application of pesticides, treated plants should not be handled until the spray is fully dry. The last step will be unused pesticides should be properly stored. Now we have come to the last work task in the farm, which is harvesting. Harvesting is the process of gathering and picking ripe crops from the field using a machine and by the hand or tools. Here are the following steps in harvesting. First, harvest the grain at optimum maturity to maximize yield and minimize losses. Second, machine threshing should begin immediately after cutting, and oftentimes crops can be threshed directly in the field. Those are the 6 work tasks in line with farm operation. Again, what are those work tasks? We have plowing, harrowing, planting, applying fertilizers, spraying pesticides, and harvesting. Now, what do you think are the importance of these farm tasks? Very good. These are important because farming and related activities make up the basic fabric life of people. Through this task, we will be able to grow our plants or crops that provides us food for daily life and that makes us healthy. Now let's find out if you learned something from our lesson. Let's have a short quiz. For the directions, write the letter of the correct answer on your paper or your learning activity sheet. Again, Write the letter of the correct answer on your paper or your learning activity sheet. In every item, you have two choices, and I will read the sentence twice. Okay, let's start. Number 1. It is a process of breaking cloths and to provide a finer finish. A. Harrowing. B. Blowing. It is a process of breaking cloths and to provide a finer finish. A. Harrowing. B. Blowing. Number 2. It is a process of cultivating the soil and preparation for sowing seed for planting and to loosen or turn the soil. A. Harrowing. B. Blowing. It is a process of cultivating the soil in preparation for sowing seed for planting and to loosen or turn the soil. A. Harrowing. B. Blowing. Number 3. It is a process of gathering and picking ripe crops from the field. A. Harvesting. B. Planting. It is a process of gathering and picking ripe crops from the field. A. Harvesting. B. Planting. Number 4. It is usually an assigned piece of work, often to be finished within a certain time. A. Farm worker. B. Task. It is usually an assigned piece of work, often to be finished within a certain time. A. Farm worker. B. Task. Number 5. They are also called hired agricultural laborer. A. Farm worker. B. Task. They are also called hired agricultural laborer. A. Farm worker. B. Task. Finalize your answers and comment on our chat box. So now, let us check all your answers. For number 1, the correct answer is letter A, harrowing. Very good! You got the correct answer. The answer for number 2 is letter B, blowing. Great! You answered the item number 2 correctly. For item number 3, the answer is letter A, harvesting. Very good! For item number 4, the correct answer is letter B, task. Wow! That's great! You got the correct answer. And last but not the least, we have number 5. The answer for item number 5 is letter A, farm worker. Very good! Now let me ask you who got a perfect score. That's great! Congratulations for a job well done. And for those who did not get a perfect score, don't worry, at least you did your best. Great job, grade 8 learners! You have finally successfully finished our lesson for today. I am glad you have actively participated in our activities. I hope you learned and gained knowledge for today's topic. Remember, my dear students, in TLE, we aim for knowledge, skills, and progress. Again, this is Ma'am Juliet A. De La Cruz, your teacher broadcaster in TLE Crop Production 8. Thank you and have a good day ahead.
Bahagi mo.
Radyo Pilipinas.
Pilipino. Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radio Pilipino. Napapakinggan on air, and online, sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo, Radio Pilipino. Radio Pilipino.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. It's a real joy and pleasure and privilege to be here with you this afternoon on this momentous occasion. Especially so since it's the 77th commencement exercise for this distinguished university. Ang sabi nga, ang pagsasaka ay hindi para sa duwag, hindi para sa tamad, hindi para sa mahina ang loob. Kansanan ng ating mga ninuno, magtanim ay hindi biro.
Ilan lang yan sa mga iniwan na salita ni Senator Amy Marcos para sa pagbisita nito sa Tarlac Agricultural University. Nagsilbing guest speaker si Senator Amy nang kakatapos lang na 77th Commencement Exercise and Recognition Program kung saan sentro ng kanyang mensahe sa mga graduates ang kahalagahan ng ginagampanang tungkulin ng mga magsasaka sa pag-unlad ng isang bansa.
Congratulations sa mga graduates. Unang-una, napakaswerte nyo nakapasok kayo sa Tarlac Agricultural University. Isa sa pinakasikat sa Pilipinas, hindi lang sa probinsya. At bilib na bilib ako sa smart technologies ninyo at sana kumalat at umusbong sa buong Pilipinas ang ginagawa ninyo rito. Inaasahan ko na yung mga graduates ang siyang magpapaunlad ng ating kinabukasan. Apakadami ng problema sa agrikultura. Kaya't kinakailangan natin ang ating mga kabataan. Nalaing estudyante dito, mag-aaral. And congratulations of course to the parents who have really accomplished a great deal by sending their kids to school. So congratulations to everyone all around, and we're counting on you for the future of agriculture in the Philippines.
Kasama ng senadora sa pagdalo ay sina Governor Susan Yap, Mayantok Mayor June Pobre at si Tarlac 1st District Congressman Jaime Coangco. Sa panayam kay Congressman Jaime, nagbigay ito ng mensahe para sa mga graduates.
Make sure to do your best. Life may not be always as you plan it, but wherever God decides to put you, just do your best, give your 100% all of the time, and you will be rewarded in the end with success. And that I assure you. So congratulations po ulit.
Samantala, nagpahayag naman ng pagbati para sa mga fellow graduates nito ang class valedictorian na si Hannah May M. Season.
Sa buong batch ng TAU 2023 graduates, I'm so proud of you guys and I'm so happy sa narating natin, and I'm very thankful sa family ko kasi they really fueled my ambition and my eagerness to do this. Hindi ko man ginaw talaga maging class valedictorian, hindi ko yan sinet, pero lagi ko lang ginagawa yung best ko since first year. Kaya kung sino mang makakakita or makakanood nito and gusto ninyong maging class valedictorian in the near future, kahit hindi nyo i-goal, basta always do your best.
Si Hannah ay nagtapos ng kursong Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Mathematics.
Congratulations, TAU graduates!
Bagamat sinubok ng panahon at pandemya, hindi nagpatinag si Hannah at ang ilang libong nagsipagtapos sa araw na yon na masungkit ang kani-kanilang mga diploma. Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Handa ka na bang pumasok sa mundo ng sports? Kung ready ka na, welcome sa headquarters ng Usapang Sports, Sports Minded. Saksihan ang inspiring, unfiltered moments kasama ang mga paborito mong athletes and sports legends at ang mga secrets to win mula mismo sa mga bigating coaches. Sports Minded. Uplifting stories. Breathtaking adventures. And real-life conversations on and off the court. This is your exclusive access to the celebrities of sports. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sabado, alas 11 ng umaga sa Radyo Pilipino at alas 12 ng tanghali sa 1FM. Mapapanood rin sa Radyo Pilipino at 1FM Facebook pages. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sports Minded.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Broadcasting live at Marawi National High School, Kamiling, Tarlac. You are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino, Tarlac. I am your teacher broadcaster in MAPI 8, Sir J. Mark Gatok Ayento. Join me for 25 minutes of meaningful learning experience on air. How are you, dear learners? Are you feeling great and excited today? I hope that you are now in good condition and safe place. Always remember that the basis for living in this wonderful world is the ability to begin for survival. So let us always be grateful for everyday opportunities and guidance that the Lord is giving us. Our lesson in health for fourth quarter is about prevention of substance use and abuse in cigarette and alcohol. This afternoon, we are going to discuss what gateway drugs are and analyze the negative health impact of cigarette smoking. Specifically, we are going to describe the harmful short and long-term effects of cigarette smoking in the different parts of the body, and discuss the dangers of mainstream, second-hand, and third-hand smoke. This broadcast will provide you with a solid knowledge in which you may gain more information about prevention, intervention, and laws governing substance abuse. Before we begin, I have some study tips to maximize remote learning. First, find a comfortable place that is far from noise. In this way, you will hear me loud and clear. Next, get all the materials you will need while watching or listening to our broadcast. Make sure you also have your pen and extra paper with you. Listen attentively and be interactive. You may use the comment box below if you have questions. You may also type your answers in the comment box during activity time. I guess you're all set for this fun-filled, informative lesson about prevention of substance use and abuse. But before that, let us do the pre-assessment, the self-inventory. Let us check and identify if you are an active or a passive. Kindly get your pen and activity sheets and let us answer the activity number 1 entitled Active or Passive. Like what I've mentioned earlier, you may comment down your answers to make this session interactive. Are you ready? That is great. Number a page in your MAPI notebook or activity sheets from 1 to 15. Read and answer each item by writing yes or no. Total the number of yes responses for items 1 to 5, 6 to 13, and finally items 14 and 15. Number 1. Do you smoke? Number 2. Is there someone who lives with you who smoke? Number 3. Do you have friends who smoke? Number 4. Are you often exposed to cigarette smoking? Number 5. Do you sometimes find yourself with people who smoke? Number 6. When people around you smoke, do you let them know that you do not want to inhale or smell their smoke? Number 7. Have you tried giving disapproving look at people who smoke to let them know that you indirectly dislike smoking? Number 8. Have you ever commented about someone smoking but not directly to the smoker? Number 9. Have you ever asked smokers to get rid of their smoke? Number 10. Have you ever asked smokers to transfer to another place so that you would not inhale their smoke? Number 11. Have you tried moving away from a smoker who does not listen to your appeal? Number 12. If you are in a vehicle and someone is smoking, do you roll down the window to avoid inhaling their smoke? Number 13. Have you ever tried moving away from a smoker without asking him or her to move away instead? Number 14. Will you just let smokers smoke near you, choosing to be passive, saying nothing and doing nothing? And finally, number 15. Are you afraid that you speak out and ask a smoker to stop smoking or move away from you, that he or she will laugh or get mad at you? In your activity sheets, another self-inventory is activity number 2 entitled Alcohol, is it cool? Answer each item below by writing yes or no. Let me read the questions. Number 1. Have you ever had a drink mixed with alcohol? Number 2. Have you ever had more than 1 glass or bottle of alcoholic drink in a 2-hour period? Number 3. Do you drink alcoholic beverages on a regular basis? Number 4. Do you drink alcoholic beverages to get away from problems? Number 5. Do you drink alcoholic beverages to become more comfortable with other people? Number 6. When you are troubled or angry, do you drink alcohol right away? Number 7. Have you ever received comments about your drinking? Number 8. Do you get irritated or annoyed when people talk about your drinking? Number 9. Do you drink until the supply is gone? Number 10. Do you sometimes deny your drinking when someone asks if you drink? Number 11. Do you find it difficult to say no when someone else invites you for a drink? Number 12. Do you sometimes drink even though you know that it will affect your work or class the next day? Number 13. Do you leave class or work just to attend a drinking session with groups? Number 14. Are your grades suffering because of your drinking? And lastly, item number 15. Have your friends left or avoided you because of your drinking? Yes or no? What is your score in the self-inventory? Let us first check the activity number 1. Are you an active or a passive? If you answered yes for items 1 to 5, you might be at risk of exposure to smoke. Now, for items 6 to 13, if you answered yes to 5 or more questions, you are in the active zone and you stand for your rights and protect your health. If you answered yes to 3 or 4 questions, you are heading towards standing for your rights and protecting your health. If you answered yes to 1 or 2 questions, you are beginning to stand for your rights and protect your health. If you answered no to items 6 to 13, you are a passive smoker and you need to learn to stand up for your rights and protect your health. If you answered yes to items 14 and 15, it is important to learn how to be active in standing up for your rights and protecting your health. For activity number 2, alcohol, is it cool? Give yourself 1 point for every yes answer. Total your score and let me read the interpretation. If your yes ranges from 0 to 2, congratulations! You do not have a problem with alcohol. If your yes are 3 to 5, you could be on your way to having a problem with alcohol. If your yes are 6 to 8, chances are you already have a problem with alcohol. If 9 and above, you really need help. You have a serious problem with alcohol. What is your score? Comment on the chat box. Now, look at the picture. Study the editorial cartoon that is flashed on the screen. And describe what the picture tells. Let me know your answers by typing in the comment box. As you can see on the screen, 2 things can lead or open the door to use more dangerous and addictive drugs. The term gateway drug is used to describe any drug that a non-drug user might try out. Cigarettes and alcohol are gateway drugs. Gateway drugs are legal drugs that are readily accessible. Because they are generally accepted and widely available, cigarette and alcohol remain both major health threats among Filipinos. People who abuse more dangerous drugs such as marijuana and shabu started from cigarette smoking and drinking alcohol. What is more alarming is the fact that the use of these gateway drugs makes one more vulnerable to dangerous drugs such as marijuana and shabu. Thus, it is always best not to light the first cigarette or drink the first bottle of beer. And live with the principle, be smart, do not start. Here is the acronym ALAST to help us remember the concept of gateway drugs. A. accessible, readily available. L, legal, accepted by the society. A, affordable, cheap price. S, satisfaction of curiosity. And T, teenagers are risk takers. Since cigarettes and alcohol are readily available and generally accepted in our society, many people use them for various purposes. Teenagers are especially vulnerable because they are curious and risk takers. Smoking is a hard habit to break because tobacco contains a very addictive chemical called nicotine. Tobacco is a tall leaf plant originally grown in South and Central America, but now cultivated throughout the world. There are many species of tobacco, but Nicotiana tabacum, or sometimes called common tobacco, is preferred for producing present-day cigarettes. Tobacco use has been recorded as early as 600 to 900 CE, as carved drawings on stones were discovered in Mexico. American Indians smoke it for special religious occasions and for medical purposes only. They never smoke cigar every day. According to the World Health Organization, tobacco smoking and chewing is the second leading cause of death around the world. It is responsible for the death of 1 in 10 adults worldwide, approximately reaching about 5 million deaths in a year. According to the study of the National Youth Commission, 2 out of 5 Filipino teenagers aged 13 to 15 years old smoke cigarettes. Furthermore, in a study conducted by an anti-tobacco group in the year 2011, 10 Filipinos die every year of tobacco-related diseases. Health experts explained that the continuous increase in cigarette use and alcohol consumption by Filipino teenagers is due to its very cheap price. Many pro-health groups are now asking the government to increase taxes from cigarette and alcohol companies. The increase in taxes will likewise increase cigarette and alcohol prices in the Philippines. Products like cigarette are poisonous stimulants. A stimulant drug increases the activity of the central nervous system, or the CNS. The CNS controls all body organs like the heart, lungs, brain, and processes like heart rate, blood pressure rate, respiration rate, and more. The abnormal strong craving for and dependence on something that is psychologically or physically habit-forming, like cigarette smoking and alcohol use, is called drug tolerance. Each time a person pops a cigarette or chew tobacco, more than 4,000 chemicals come into his or her contact. All of these chemicals harm people one way or another. In studies conducted, 43 of these chemicals are known carcinogens. Carcinogens are substances which cause cancer. The addictive drug found in tobacco is called nicotine, a sticky yellow resin, and is considered a poisonous stimulant drug. As you can see on the screen, there are some chemicals in the cigarettes like the butane, chemical found in lighter, cadmium, chemical for battery, stearic acid for candle wax, and nicotine for insecticide. Now, let us take a look at the pictures of the smokers. is respiratory. You are correct. Number 2 and number 3. Examples of gateway drugs are blank and blank. If your answers are cigarette and alcohol, you are right. Amazing. Number 4. Blank is the addictive chemical in smokeless tobacco and cigarettes. If your answer is nicotine, you are correct. Perfect. Number 5. Blank is a plant whose leaves can be rolled in a cigar or a pipe and can be smoked. If your answer is Nicotiana tabacum or common tobacco, correct. You are excellent. Number 6. A kind of smoke emitted by cigarettes which smokers directly inhale is called blank. If your answer is mainstream smoke, you are right. Remarkable. Number 7. Blank are drugs non-drug users might try out and can lead to trying more dangerous ones. If your answer is gateway drugs, you are correct. Excellent. Number 8. The abnormal strong craving for and dependence on something that is psychologically or physically habit-forming, like cigarette smoking and alcohol use, is called blank. If your answer is drug tolerance, you are correct. That's great. Number 9. Blank is also known as bad breath. Foul is smell exhaled from the mouth. If your answer is halitosis, you are correct. Very good. And number 10, blank is a malignant growth of cells in the lungs due to cigarette smoking. If your answer is lung cancer, wonderful. Kindly type your score on the comment box. Congratulations to those who got perfect score. Now for your assignment, please answer activity 4, true or false, in your learning activity sheets. And we are done. Before we end this session, I would like to remind everyone to live with the principle, be smart, do not start. I hope you have learned a lot in our lesson today. Stay tuned to DCTC Aral TarlakHenyo as we build your knowledge towards a better future. Again, I am Sir J. Mark Gatok Ayento, your teacher broadcaster in MAPI 8. Thank you, and to God be the highest glory.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya. Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Poson para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot. This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Grade 9 learners of Tarlac. What an amazing day to have you with us today. Cheers to another episode of fun learning experience. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26 and via Facebook Live. Simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac, and in your Converge Cable TV, Channel 100. I am Ma'am Maria Karen Athena F. Galang, broadcasting live from Anastasio J. Yubo High School, Concepcion, Tarlac. It is indeed a pleasure to be your teacher broadcaster for our lesson in English 9. Before we start our broadcast, dear learners, please situate yourself in a comfortable place in your home where you can focus and listen effectively to today's episode. Remember as well to prepare your pen, lecture notebook where you can jot down notes, and the learning activity sheets intended for this session. Are you ready, grade 9 learners? That's wonderful. Let us begin today's fun-filled learning session. Our discussion for today is the part 4 of MELC 2, which is to react to lay value judgment on critical issues that demand sound analysis and call for prompt actions with lesson focus on evaluation language. At the end of this lesson, you are expected to accomplish the following objectives. Letter A. Identify critical issues presented in the material viewed and/or read. Letter B. Express agreement or disagreement on statements relating to certain critical issues. Letter C. Recognize evaluative language used in a text. Letter D. Relate text content to particular social issues, concerns, or dispositions in life. And finally, letter E. Write a reaction paper on a critical issue using evaluative language. In the last episode of English 9, you were taught about how to react to lay value judgment on critical issues that demand sound analysis and call for prompt actions with lesson focus on genre and register-related discourse features of a reaction paper. You also had discussions on what a reaction paper is, the process in writing an effective reaction paper, which includes the stages of pre-writing, and the writing stage. And finally, you also tackled the parts of the reaction paper. Before we proceed to our new lesson for today, let's have a review of the concepts discussed in the previous lesson through an activity entitled, Let Us Recall, Name That Part. The directions for this activity are, first, read the statements carefully. Then, identify what is being described by completing the missing letters to complete the correct word. Let's begin with number 1. It is the last part of your reaction paper where you can reformulate the thesis and remind the reader what you were trying to prove or disprove. What's your answer? If you answered conclusion, then you are correct. Let's proceed to number 2. It is also called a review, critique, or response paper. What's the correct answer? You are right. Reaction paper is the correct answer. Now let's have number 3. It is the part of a reaction paper where you place a summary of the work. What's your answer? If your answer is introduction, then you are correct. Now let's head on to number 4. This is the idea for which you created the article that consists of 1 to 2 sentences. What's your answer? If you answer thesis statement, then you are right. Finally, let's have the last item, number 5. This part of the reaction paper includes your reaction to the work. What's your answer? If your answer is body, then you are correct. How did you do on our review activity? Type in your score on our comment section. Great job, learners! I could see some of you got a perfect score. Well done to all of you. To those who got 4, nice work. And for those who got 3 and below, I still congratulate you for your effort and participation. You can always go back and watch the previous video lesson in your most convenient time. At this point, I'm sure you are now ready for our lesson. With that, let's have Activity 1, What's the Issue? The directions for this activity: using the shown picture and jumbled letter clues, identify the issue being presented. And then, write a short description of each critical issue on your notebook. Are you ready? That's wonderful. Let's begin. What issue is being presented in the picture? The correct answer is coronavirus. The coronavirus has made a huge impact in our lives. It posed as a threat to our health, thus requiring people to wear masks, do regular sanitation, observe physical distancing, and other health protocols. Let's head on to number 2. What issue is shown in the picture? If you answered online learning, then you are correct. Because of the implementation of distance education, online learning is one of the modalities used by schools to ensure continued learning among students. Let's head on to item number 3. What issue is shown in this picture? The correct answer is climate change. Climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns. The main cause of climate change are the human activities. Let's head on to number 4. What's the issue in this picture? If you answered war, then you are correct. War is a state of armed conflict between different nations or states, or it could be different groups within a nation or state. Recently, you might have heard or watched news on the war happening between Ukraine and Russia. Finally, let's have the last item, item number 5. What's the issue? If you answered discrimination, then you are correct. Discrimination is the unfair treatment to a person because of one's gender, physical appearance, religion, race, or others. How did you do, learners? That's wonderful. I hope that you were able to identify the critical issues presented in this activity. Now, grade 9 learners, let us accomplish activity 2, Make a Stand. The directions for this activity: using the scale below, agree or disagree on the following statements by writing the number that corresponds to your answer. Then write a brief explanation of your answer on your notebook. The scale indicates 5 for strongly agree, 4 for agree, 3 for neutral, 2 for disagree, and 1 for strongly disagree. Are you ready to make a stand, dear learners? Let's begin. Here are the statements that you're going to make a stand for. Number 1. COVID-19 has rapidly affected our day-to-day life, businesses, and disrupted the world trade and movements. Number 2. Online learning may be a savior, but it comes with its own problems. Number 3. It was suggested that all countries must take steps to tackle climate change as fast and as humanely as possible. Number 4. An article states that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a blatant attack on the world order. Number 5. A safe space where everyone could live harmoniously should be established for all people despite their differences. Are you done, dear learners? That's great. Let's see how you did in this activity. Let's have item number 1. For this item, you could have answered 4 or 5, which means agree or strongly agree, since it is true that COVID-19 affected all aspects of our daily lives. Let's now have item number 2. Your answers for this item could range from 3 to 5, since some of you may have or may have not experienced online learning. As it is true that online learning has a lot of advantages, it also comes with its disadvantages. Now let's have item number 3. Your answer for this item could be 4 or 5, since climate change affects us all and we must all respond to it immediately before its effects worsen. Let's proceed to item number 4. Your answer for this item could range from 3 to 5, since the Ukraine-Russia war is indeed saddening and frightening as it disrupts the world order. Finally, let's have the last item. You could have answered this item with 4 or 5, since it is indeed true that a safe space could ensure harmonious living among all people despite each individual differences we have. How did you find this activity? Did you enjoy making a stand on each critical issue? That's wonderful to hear. As a member of the society, it is important that we are aware of the critical issues happening around us, since in one way or another, these issues have an effect on us and our society. As a grade 9 learner, it is important that you possess the knowledge and skill of giving value judgment to critical issues. We have to make better judgments and filter them using our knowledge, experiences, and wisdom. Then use that to make smarter and thoughtful decisions. So what is a value judgment? Value judgment is a judgment of the rightness or wrongness of something or someone, or of the usefulness of something or someone based on a comparison or other relativity. Roughly speaking, value judgment is a claim about something's moral, practical, or aesthetic worth. Value judgments do not simply describe the world. They prescribe certain attitudes or behaviors toward the world. Now let's have some examples of descriptive and prescriptive claims. As you can see in the table presented, the sentence, "The school enforces protocols to be followed inside the school," is a descriptive claim, since it merely describes the current situation. On the other side of the table, "The school should strictly enforce protocols to be followed inside the school," is a prescriptive claim, since it recommends the action that is ought to be done. The second example of a descriptive claim is, "Mario is a student in grade 9, since it merely describes the current situation or state of Mario. On the other hand, "Mario ought to remain an excellent student in grade 9 in order to keep his scholarship," is an example of a prescriptive claim, since it dictates what Mario ought to do. Grade 9 learners, take note that a descriptive claim is when the statement is clear and to the point. It is saying exactly how things are with no way of getting around it. Prescriptive claim, on the other hand, recommends how something ought to be. Let us now put your knowledge to the test by doing Activity 3, Sort It Out. I will be presenting you 6 statements. Your job is to sort these statements if whether they are descriptive or prescriptive by writing the letter on the correct column. Here are the 6 statements that you will sort out. Letter A. Russia shouldn't have bombed parts of Ukraine. Letter B. Some students experience difficulties in joining online classes. Letter C. Discrimination remains to exist among LGBT members. Letter D. School administrators should devise ways to reach out to learners lagging behind in distance education. Letter E. Humans ought to be ashamed of the damage they have done to the environment. Letter F. Advocacies along preservation of the nature must be implemented. Are you through with your activity? Let's check your work. Let us begin with the descriptive claims. Which statements belong in this category? You're right. The answers are statements B and statements C. How about those statements that belong to prescriptive claims? Which are those statements? You are correct. Statements A, D, E, and F are all considered prescriptive claims. How did you perform in our last activity? Well done, grade 9 learners. You can now sort out descriptive and prescriptive claims. Remember, a descriptive claim merely describes the current situation or state of something, while a prescriptive claim dictates what something ought to do or ought to be. Words are powerful tools we use to express our thoughts, feelings, opinions, and judgments. Today, we shall strengthen your skills in the utilization of these words by dealing with evaluative language. Evaluative language is positive or negative language that judges the worth of something. It includes language to express feelings and opinions, to make judgments about aspects of people such as their behavior, and to assess quality of objects such as literary work. Evaluative language could be expressed through sentence stems flashed on your screens, such as the sentence stem the article suggests, the author claims that, the author argues that, and others. Evaluative language could also be used to express attitudes via the use of adjectives. It could be used to describe emotions or how people feel, evaluate the worth and quality of things and process, and make judgment about people's behavior. Let us apply what you have just learned by accomplishing Activity 4, Zero in on the EL. The directions for this activity are: zero in on the evaluative language used in each statement by simply underlining it. Are you ready, grade 9 learners? Let's begin. Here are the sentences. Number 1. The author suggests that the character could have developed more through the course of the events. Number 2. The poem is criticized for its poor choice of figurative language. Number 3. He exemplifies her claim by providing context to the theme of the poem. Number 4. She argued that the story's plot could have evolved differently. And number 5. The author compared his style with that of other writers. Are you done answering? Let's see how you did. Let's start with item number 1. What is the evaluative language used in this sentence? If your answer is suggests, then you are correct. Let's have number 2. What is the evaluative language used in this sentence? The correct answer is criticized. Let's proceed.
Ang ASEAN New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, Kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
Alam niyo ba, ang Balanggiga Bells ay kinuha ng mga sundalong Amerikano bilang war trophies pagkatapos ng Balanggiga Massacre noong 1901? Matapos ang 117 years, na ibalik ng US noong December 11, 2018 ang iconic church bells sa Pilipinas. Ang church bells na ito ay naglalarawan ng kalayaan, katapangan, at pananampalataya ng mga Pilipino. Alam niyo na! Yan ang Balanggiga Bells.
1 FM. 1 FM. 1 lang yan. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. 1 FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. 1 FM. 1 FM. Your only 1 FM. Handa ka na bang pumasok sa mundo ng sports? Kung ready ka na, welcome sa headquarters ng Usapang Sports. Sports Minded. Saksihan ang inspiring, unfiltered moments kasama ang mga paborito mong athletes and sports legends at ang mga secrets to win mula mismo sa mga bigating coaches. Sports Minded. Uplifting stories. Breathtaking adventures. And real-life conversations on and off the court. This is your exclusive access to the celebrities of sports. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sabado, alas 11 ng umaga sa Radyo Pilipino at alas 12 ng tanghali sa 1FM. Mapapanood rin sa Radyo Pilipino at 1FM Facebook pages. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sports Minded.
Buti na lang, hindi pa ngayon. Di pa namin kaya, di pa kami handa.
Hindi ka nag-iisa, kasama mo kami.
pagplano ng pamilya, ikaw ang mahalaga. Di ka dapat matakot, di ka dapat mangamba. Abutin ang gusto mo, kaya pumili na. Kaya pumili na. Pagplano ng pamilya, hawak ko sa iyong kamay. Kaya pumili na, pumili na.
Hindi na ako matatakot dahil handa na ako. Hindi na ako kabado, anuman ang marating sa tulong ng family planning. Alam kong kaya ko dahil handa na ako. Kayang-kaya mong gawin lahat ng iyong hiling sa tulong ng family planning.
Walang takot at kaba. Pag may plano, protektado.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DZTC 828, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac. Isang mapagpala at magandang hapon mga kabataang TarlakHenyo. Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta kayo ngayon mga ginigiliw kong mag-aaral ng ika-9 na baitang? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang pandemya. Ako si Ginang Sheila Mariti Bautista, ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan sa ika-9 na baitang upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin tungkol sa impormal na sektor. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, narito ang ilang paalala. Siguruhin na nasa isang lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at napapakinggan ang ating live broadcast. Matanong ko lang, nagmeryenda ka na ba? Mabuti naman dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang iyong tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang iyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa araw na ito. Sa puntong ito, kunin na ang inyong kopya ng module sa Araling Panlipunan sa ika-4 na markahan para sa ika-7 linggo. Ihanda na rin ang inyong pluma at sulatang papel upang may magamit kayo kung kinakailangan ninyong magsulat ng mga mahalagang impormasyon. Sa araw na ito, ating tatalakayin ang tungkol sa mga dahilan at epekto ng impormal na sektor sa ekonomiya. Bago tayo tuluyang magsimula, magbalik-aral muna tayo. Natatandaan niyo pa ba ang paksang tinalakay noong nakaraan? Magaling! Ating tinalakay ang tungkol sa impormal na sektor na nagtataglay ng malawak na katangian. Ito ay binubuo ng mga unit na nagsasagawa ng pagbuo ng produkto at serbisyo na may layuning makalikha ng trabaho at magdulot ng kita sa taong lumalahok dito. Ang mga gawain dito ay naisasagawa dulot sa mababang antas ng organisasyon, hindi pagsunod sa itinakdang kapital at pamantayan, at napakaliit na antas ng produksyon. Ang mga kasapi sa pagsasagawa ng gawain sa produksyon sa ilalim nito ay kadalasang mga kamag-anak o malalapit na kaibigan. Ito ay walang formal na pagsunod sa mga patakarang itinakda ng pamahalaan. Ilan sa mga halimbawa ng mga taong kabilang sa sektor na ito ay ang mga nagtitinda sa kalsada o sidewalk vendor, pedicab driver, karpintero, at mga hindi rehistradong operasyon ng mga pampublikong sasakyan. Kabilang din sa sektor na ito ang mga gawaing ipinagbabawal ng batas tulad ng prostitusyon, ilegal na pasugalan, pamimirata ng optical media gaya ng compact disc at digital video disc. Kaugnay nito, ang sumusunod ay mga karaniwang katangian ng impormal na sektor. Una, hindi nakarehistro sa pamahalaan. Pangalawa, hindi nagbabayad ng buwis mula sa kinikita. Pangatlo, hindi nakapaloob sa legal at formal na balangkas na inilatag ng pamahalaan para sa pagnenegosyo. At ngayon, aking inaasahan na kayo ay handa na para sa ating bagong paksa sa araw na ito. Inaasahan na sa pagtatapos ng aralin na ito ay inyong maipaliliwanag ang mga dahilan at epekto ng impormal na sektor sa ekonomiya ng bansa. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral ng ika-9 na baitang na nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking FB Messenger, Sheila Marie Bautista, o mag-text sa numerong ito, 0912-7525-225. Uulitin ko, ang numero ay 0912-75-225. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating aralin, ating subukin ang inyong paunang kaalaman tungkol sa ating paksa. Ihanda ang inyong papel at ballpen, tukuyin ang kasagutan sa bawat bilang sa pamamagitan ng pagbuo ng mga jumbled letters. Handa ka na ba? Kung ikaw ay handa na, tayo ay magsisimula na. Unang bilang, ito ay pinagmumulan o nagsisilbing budget o pondo ng pamahalaan upang maisagawa ang mga programa at proyekto ng panlipunan. Ang sagot ay buwis. Ikalawang bilang, ang ahensya ng pamahalaang itinatag upang makapagbigay ng edukasyong teknikal at kasanayan sa mga Pilipino. Ang sagot ay TESDA. Ikatlong bilang, ang tawag sa programa ng pamahalaan na may kinalaman sa kalusugan o serbisyong medikal para sa mga manggagawa. Ang sagot ay PhilHealth Program. Ika-4 na bilang, ito ay ipinatutupad ng mga kumpanya bilang proteksyon sa mamimili laban sa mga depektibong kalakal o serbisyo na maaaring magresulta sa kanilang kapahamakan. Ang sagot ay Quality Control. Ika-5 bilang, ang bahagi ng ekonomiya na gumagamit ng mababang antas ng produksyon. Ang sagot ay informal na sektor. Sino sa inyo ang nakakuha ng mga tamang sagot? Binabati ko kayo dahil kayo ay may paunang kaalaman na tungkol sa ating paksa sa araw na ito. Sa mga hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot, huwag kayong mag-alala dahil ito ay pag-alam lamang ng inyong mga kaalaman tungkol sa paksa ngayong araw. Maraming mga magkakaugnay na salik ang itinuturing dahilan kung bakit patuloy na lumalaganap ang informal na sektor sa iba't ibang bansa. Sa pangkalahatan, sinasalamin ng pag-iral ng informal na sektor ang hindi pantay na pag-unlad ng mga sektor ng ekonomiya. Maliban pa rito, ang kakulangan ng sapat na hanap buhay o kung hindi naman ay ang hindi tamang pagpapatupad ng batas tungkol sa paggawa ay ilan sa dahilan ng pag-iral ng informal na sektor. Samantala, ayon sa aklat ng economics, mga konsepto at aplikasyon ni Balitaw et al., ang sumusunod ay ilan sa pinaniniwalaang kadahilanan kung bakit pumapasok ang mamamayan sa informal na sektor. Una, makaligtas sa pagbabayad ng buwis sa pamahalaan. Pangalawa, makaiwas sa masyadong mahaba at masalimuot na proseso ng pakikipagtransaksyon sa pamahalaan o ang tinatawag na bureaucratic red tape. Sa aspektong ito ay pumapasok ang labis na regulasyon ng pamahalaan. Pangatlo, kawalan ng regulasyon mula sa pamahalaan na kung saan ang mga batas at programa ay hindi na ipapatupad ng maayos. Pang-apat, makapaghanap buhay ng hindi nangangailangan ng malaking kapital o puhunan. At panghuli, mapangibabawan ang matinding kahirapan. Maliban pa rito, ang migrasyon ng mga tao mula sa kanayunan patungo sa Metro Manila at iba pang malalaking lungsod ay isa ring dahilan kung bakit patuloy na lumalaki ang informal na sektor. Gayunpaman, masasabi rin nating ang paglaganap ng informal na sektor ay nagpapakita ng pagkakaroon ng ugaling mapamaraan ng mga Pilipino upang mapaglabanan ang hamon ng kahirapan. Ipinapakita rin nito ang pagiging matatag laban sa mga suliraning pangkabuhayan gaya ng mataas na presyo ng bilihin, kawalan ng trabaho, maliit na pasahod at mababang antas ng edukasyon. Sa kabilang dako, ang pag-iral ng informal na sektor ay nagdudulot sa sumusunod na epekto sa ekonomiya. Una, pagbaba ng halaga ng nalilikom na buwis. Pangalawa, banta sa kapakanan ng mga mamimili. Pangatlo, paglaganap ng mga iligal na gawain. Kaya't nagkaroon ng mga batas, programa at patakarang pang-ekonomiya kaugnay sa informal na sektor. Ang ilan sa mga batas, programa at mga patakarang pang-ekonomiya na may kaugnayan sa informal na sektor ay ang mga sumusunod. Una, Republic Act 8425. Ang batas na ito ay kilala din bilang Social Reform and Poverty Alleviation Act of 1997. Itinatadhana ng batas na ito ang pagkilala sa informal na sektor bilang isa sa mga disadvantaged sector ng lipunang Pilipino na nangangailangan ng tulong sa pamahalaan sa aspektong panlipunan, pang-ekonomiko, pamamahala at maging ekolohikal. Isinulong ng batas na ito ang tinatawag na Social Reform Agenda na naglalayong iahon sa kahirapan ang mga Pilipinong kabilang sa informal na sektor. Upang maisakatuparan ang probisyon ng batas na ito, ay itinatag ang National Anti-Poverty Commission bilang ahensyang tagapag-ugnay at tagapayo tungkol sa mga usaping may kinalaman sa mga bumubuo ng informal na sektor. Pangalawa, Republic Act 9710, kinilala bilang Magna Carta of Women. Ayon sa batas na ito, ang National Commission on the Role of Filipino Women ay naging Philippine Commission on Women. Ito ay isinabatas bilang pandaigdigang pakikiisa ng ating bansa para sa layunin ng United Nations para sa Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Kumikilala ito sa ambag at kakayahan ng kababaihan para itaguyod ang pambansang kaunlaran. Pangatlo, Presidential Decree 442. Ito ay mas kilala bilang Philippine Labor Code. Itinuturing ito bilang pangunahing batas ng bansa para sa mga manggagawa. Ito ay naglalaman ng mga probisyon para sa espesyal na manggagawa, kabilang ang mga industrial home worker, kasambahay, batang manggagawa at kababaihan na kabilang sa informal na sektor. Batay sa Book 2, Title 2 of the Labor Code. Ito ay may probisyon tungkol sa pagsasanay na dapat ipagkaloob ng mga manggagawa upang mapaghusay pa ang kanilang mga kasanayan. Pang-apat, Republic Act 7796. Ito ay ang Technical Education and Skills Development Act of 1994. Nalayunin ng batas na ito na hikayatin ang kabuuang partisipasyon at pakikiisa ng iba't ibang sektor panlipunan, gaya ng industriya, paggawa, lokal na pamahalaan, teknikal, at bukasyon na may institusyon upang mapaghusay ang mga kasanayan para sa pagpapataas o pagpapaibayo ng kalidad ng yamang tao ng ating bansa. Sa ilalim din nito, itinatalaga ang Technical Education and Skills Development Authority o TESDA bilang ahensya ng pamahalaang itinatag upang makapagbigay ng edukasyong teknikal. Panlima, Republic Act 8282. Ito ay tinatawag din bilang Social Security Act of 1997. Itinatadhana ng batas na ito na tungkulin ng Estado na paunlarin, pangalagaan at itaguyod ang kagalingang panlipunan at seguridad ng mga manggagawa. Higit sa lahat, kung hindi sila ay dumanas ng pagkakasakit, kapansanan, panganganak, pagsapit sa katandaan, at kamatayan. Upang maisakatuparan ito, ipinag-utos na lahat ng mga manggagawa sa pribadong sektor, maging ang kabilang sa informal na sektor, ay maging bahagi ng Social Security System o SSS bilang ahensya ng pamahalaan na may tungkulin para itaguyod ang pansiguruhan ng kapanatagang panlipunan ng mga Pilipino. Pang-anim, Republic Act 7875. Kinilala bilang National Health Insurance Act of 1995. Sa pamamagitan nito, naitatag ang Philippine Health Insurance Corporation o PhilHealth na naglalayong mapagkalooban ang lahat ng mga mamamayang Pilipino ng isang maayos at sistematikong kasiguruhang pangkalusugan. Nakapaloob sa programang ito ng pamahalaan ay magkakaloob ng subsidy sa mga mamamayan na walang sapat na kakayahang pinansyal sa oras na sila ay magkaroon ng pangangailangang medikal at pangkalusugan, gaya na lamang ng operasyon at hospitalization program. Maliban pa sa mga nabanggit na mga batas sa bansa, may iba pang ipinatutupad para sa mga partikular na sektor ng manggagawang Pilipino, tulad ng Magna Carta for Small Farmer, RA 7607, Magna Carta for Small Enterprises, RA 6977, at Barangay Microbusiness Enterprises Act, RA 9178. Samantala, ang sumusunod ay ilan sa mga programa at proyekto ng pamahalaan para sa mga mamamayan na bumubuo sa impormal na sektor. Una, DOLE Integrated Livelihood Program. Ang programang ito ay ipinatutupad ng Department of Labor and Employment o DOLE na nauukol sa pangkabuhayang pangkaunlaran sa pamamagitan ng mga pagsasanay ng mga mamamayan, partikular na para sa mga self-employed at walang sapat na hanap buhay. Pangalawa, Self-Employment Assistance Kaunlaran Program. Isa sa mga pangkabuhayang programa ng Department of Social Welfare and Development o DSWD na nagbibigay ng mga gawain at pagsasanay upang makaunlad ng mga mahihirap na pamilya ang kanilang mga kasanayan at makapagsimula ng sarili at pagtatayo ng mga samahang panlipunan na maaaring magpautang sa mga kasapi gaya ng Self-Employment Kaunlaran Association. Pangatlo, Integrated Service for Livelihood Advancement of the Fisher Folks. Ang proyektong ito ay para sa mga bayan na ang pangunahing ikinabubuhay ay pangingisda. Tinutulungan ng pamahalaan ang mga mangingisda sa pamamagitan ng pagkakaloob ng mga pagsasanay upang mas mapahusay pa nila ang kanilang hanap buhay. Maliban pa rito, nagtatayo ng mga training center para sa mga mangingisda at kanilang pamilya, upang sanayin sa iba pang alternatibong mga gawaing pangkabuhayan na maaari nilang pagkunan ng karagdagang kita. Pang-apat, Cash for Work Program. Ito ay programa ng Department of Social Welfare and Development o DSWD na kung saan sa ilalim nito ang mga biktima ng kalamidad o mga evacuee ay bibigyan ng kabayaran kapalit ng serbisyong kanilang isasagawa o pagtulong sa panahon ng rehabilitasyon at rekonstruksyon ng mga nasalantang lugar. Ayon kay Bernardo Villegas, isang kilalang ekonomistang Pilipino, gugustuhin pa ng mga tao ang lumabag kaysa magutom o mamatay. Kung kaya't, upang maiwasan ito, marapat lamang na ang mga mamamayan at pamahalaan ay magkaisa para sa implementasyon ng mga magagandang batas, programa at patakarang pang-ekonomiya para sa kabutihan ng lahat. Ngayon, sa pagkakataong ito, ating sukatin ang inyong kaalaman sa paksang ating tinalakay sa araw na ito. Isulat lamang ang salitang tama kung ang pahayag ay nagsasaad ng katotohanan patungkol sa dahilan at epekto ng impormal na sektor, at mali kung hindi. Para sa unang bilang, ang hindi pagbabayad ng buwis ay isang dahilan ng pagkakaroon ng impormal na sektor. Ikalawa, maayos ang pagpapatupad ng mga programa at batas kaya nagkakaroon ng informal na sektor. Ikatlo, nagkakaroon ng mga batas, programa at patakarang pang-ekonomiya kaugnay sa informal na sektor upang matugunan ang mga banta nito sa ekonomiya. Ika-apat, Ang pag-iral ng impormal na sektor ay nagdudulot ng epekto sa ekonomiya tulad ng paglaganap ng mga iligal na gawain. Ikalimang bilang, patuloy ang pagtaas ng nalilikom na buwis sa ilalim ng impormal na sektor. Atin nang iwasto ang inyong mga sagot. Para sa unang bilang, tama. Ikalawa, mali. Ikatlo, tama. Ikaapat, tama. At panghuli, mali. Sino sa inyo ang nakakuha ng mga tamang sagot? Binabati ko kayo. Inyo ngang naunawaan ang ating paksa sa araw na ito. Sa mga hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot, huwag kayong mag-alala dahil maaari nyo pa ring balikan ang ating paksa gamit ang inyong module. Dito na nagtatapos ang ating talakayan tungkol sa mga dahilan at epekto ng impormal na sektor sa ekonomiya. Aking inaasahan ang inyong muling pagtutok sa susunod na linggo dito pa rin sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DZTC 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan sa ika-9 na baitang, Ginang Sheila Mariti Bautista, nagpapasalamat at nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli, paalam!
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. it's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan.
1 FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. 1 FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. Pinakikinggan lagi kita. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. 1 FM. 1 FM. Your only 1 FM.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral TarlakHenyo.
RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
At sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Sumasahim papawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac.
Mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Borok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
Sa bayan ng Capas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
Na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
A blessed Thursday afternoon and a big hello, dear grade 9 learners. Welcome to another fun and exciting learning at Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, Facebook Live and on Converge Cable TV Channel 100. I am Teacher Quisi Bueno Garma, broadcasting live from San Bartolome, Mayantok, Tarlac. Please join me as we explore and learn our today's lesson. How are you, my dear learners? I hope you are doing great. Are you ready to learn something new? All right, so prepare yourselves for a new lesson full of knowledge, skills, and practical experience. As we begin our lesson, kindly prepare your learning activity sheet, pen, and pen paper. Make sure that you are seated comfortably, far from noise, so that you can hear me loud and clear while listening to this program. Also, I want you to interact by commenting in the chat box with your name, section, and school you are from. Let us start with a short review on our previous lesson. Do you still remember our topic last meeting? Very good! Last meeting, you learned about post-harvest operation. Can you still recall what are the different post-harvest operations? Great! These are cleaning, washing, selection, grading, disinfection, drying, packaging, and storing. It is indeed a wonderful day. It seems that most of you can still recall our previous lesson. We shall now proceed to our new lesson, but before that, let's do some activity. I will read the directions twice. So here is the direction. Put a check mark if the statement is correct, and an X mark if it is not. In every statement, you will be given 5 seconds to answer. For those who are watching on Facebook, you can comment your answers on the chat box. Now, are you ready? Well then, let's start the activity. Here is the first item. Use of containers or crates with liners. 1. Use of containers or crates with liners. Okay, time's up. The answer is a check mark. Very good, dear learners. You got the right answer. Item number 2. Always toss harvested fruits. Number 2. Always toss harvested fruits. Time's up. If your answer is an X mark, you are correct. Number 3. Place harvested crops in temporary shed to prevent from wilting and sun scalding. 3. Place harvested crops in temporary shed to prevent from wilting and sun scalding. Time's up. You are correct. The answer for our item number 3 is a check mark. Number 4. Fruit crops shouldn't be cleaned after harvest. Number 4. Fruit crops shouldn't be cleaned after harvest. Your time is up. If your answer is an X mark, you are absolutely correct. And lastly, number 5. Delayed harvesting results in lower quality at harvest and faster deterioration rate after harvest. Number 5. Delayed harvesting results in lower quality at harvest and faster deterioration rate after harvest. Time's up! Good job! The answer for item number 5 is a check mark. How many correct answers did you get in the activity? Very good! Give yourselves a clap for a job well done. And thank you for your active participation. The statements being described in the activity has something to do with our lesson for today. Our topic for today is all about post-harvest handling processes. At the end of the lesson, you will be able to identify post-harvested handling processes, enumerate the appropriate and importance of quality packaging, identify the characteristics of quality packed product. Are you ready, dear grade 9 learners? All right, then let's explore. So let us get started and learn the post-harvest handling processes. These are cleaning, sorting or grading, packaging, and transporting. Now let us identify cleaning. Fruit crops are cleaned by washing before they are disposed. This process removes dirt, freshens the produce, and may remove spray residues. In some cases, wiping the product with a clean, dry, and soft cloth gives better results than washing. Now, let's move on to the next post-harvest handling process, which is sorting or grading. Sorting and grading. Harvested fruits should be sorted properly before grading. In grading, fruits should be graded according to size, shape, ripeness, and color. Grading increases the market potential of products. Sorting is the process of separating and grouping commodities according to a set of criteria recognized by the industry or consumer. Another post-harvest handling process is packaging. After sorting or grading, fruits are packed carefully to smooth containers. Care should be properly observed to prevent blemishes and damages to the fruits. When packing fruits, they must be arranged properly in containers according to size and quality. Another post-harvest handling process is transporting. It is the careful handling and transporting of packed fruits to prevent them from being damaged. During rainy season, the products must be safe from being wet. Those are the different post-harvest handling processes that will allow producers to sell high-quality products and extend the shelf life of crop produced. Now let us look onto the tips in transporting packed fruits. First, gently lay down the box or crates containing the fruits to prevent blemishes and cracks on the fruits placed at the bottom of the container. Second, in piling, big containers must be placed at the bottom first before piling small containers. Third, do not make the pile too high to prevent containers on the top to fall. Fourth, never step on the pile that you make. And fifth, in transporting packed fruits to distant markets through transport vehicles, careful driving should be done to prevent damages to the products. Now let us enumerate the principles of appropriate quality packaging. First, sort in terms of textures, sizes, appearance, or colors. Second, pack in an organized manner by dozen or in volume post-harvest management. Third, these may be packed appropriately in containers like boxes, polybags, sacks, and plastic containers. Those are the appropriate quality packaging principles. Now let us enumerate the importance of quality packaging. First importance of quality packaging is for easy handling, storing, and transporting. Second importance of quality packaging is packaging maintains the quality of products when transported. Next importance of quality packaging is safety. Products are transported or delivered in far distances that it needs quality packaging or wrapping. During rainy season, the products must be safe from being wet. Another importance of quality packaging is that this is one way of patronizing product. Remember, Suki will always go back to buy if they are satisfied to the proper packaging. Now let us look onto the characteristics of quality packaged product. The wrappers must not be easily torn, broken, or easily damaged when transferred from one place to another. One way of advertising it is the way how the product is packed. It must be presentable that attracts customers. Clients do not like to buy products that are not properly wrapped and packed. Not too bulky. Too bulky packaging provides much space and heavy to handle. Those are the characteristics of quality packaged product. Now let's find out if you learned something from our lesson. So let's have a short quiz. For the directions, choose the letter of the correct answer. Write the letter of your answer on your learning activity sheet. Directions. Choose the letter of the correct answer. Write the letter of your answer on your learning activity sheet. In every item, you have 4 choices, and I will read the sentence twice. Okay, let's start. Number 1. It refers to an action where fruit crops are cleaned by washing before they are disposed. A. Cleaning. B. Packaging. C. Sorting. D. Wrapping. It refers to an action where fruit crops are cleaned by washing before they are disposed. A. Cleaning. B. Packaging. C. Sorting. And D. Wrapping. Number 2. It needs proper handling and transporting of packed fruits to prevent them from being damaged. A. Cleaning. B. Packaging. C. Sorting. D. Transporting. It needs proper handling and transporting of packed fruits to prevent them from being damaged. A. Cleaning. B. Packaging. C. Sorting. D. Transporting. It is number 3. It is a process of selecting fruits and vegetables with or without damages. A. Grading. B. Selection. C. Sorting. D. Washing. It is a process of selecting fruits and vegetables with or without damages. A. Grading. B. Selection. C. Sorting. D. Washing. Number 4. It is the edible product of a plant or tree, consisting of seed and its envelope, especially the latter when it is juicy or pulpy is referred to as A. Fruit. B. Plant. C. Seed. D. Vegetable. It is the edible product of a plant or tree consisting of seed and its envelope, especially the latter when it is juicy or pulpy is referred to as A. Fruit. B. Plant. C. Seed. And D. Vegetable. Number 5. It refers to a piling where big containers must be placed at the bottom first before piling small containers. A. Cleaning. B. Packing. C. Sorting. D. Wrapping. It refers to a piling where big containers must be placed at the bottom first before piling small containers. A. Cleaning. B. Packing. C. Sorting. And D. Wrapping. Finalize your answers and comment on our chat box. Now let us check your answers. For question number 1, the correct answer is letter A, cleaning. Number 2 answer is letter B, packaging. Number 3 answer is letter B, selection. Number 4 answer is letter A, root. And lastly, number 5, the correct answer is letter B, packing. Okay, please count your scores. For those who got a perfect score, congratulations! And for those who did not get a perfect score, don't worry, at least you did your best. Great job, grade 9 learners! You have successfully finished our lesson for today. I am glad you have proactively participated in our activities. I hope you learned and gained knowledge for today's topic. Remember, my dear students, in TLE, we aim for knowledge, skills, and progress. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DZTC 828 AM station. Again, this is Chrissy Bueno Garma, your teacher broadcaster in TLE 9 Agricultural Crops Production. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Any home must be built on a solid foundation of friendship, trust, and respect. Ito ang kailangan para sa matatag na tahanan.
Ipinagdiwang kamakailan ng mga membro ng Nationalist People's Coalition o NPC ang birth anniversary ng yumaong dating gobernador at statesman na si Eduardo Danding Murphy Cojuangco Jr.
For the past 31 years of NPC's existence, it has proven its relevance and significance to the political landscape of our country and of Tarlac. Despite the diversity of NPC, it has withstood the challenges and trials of the times. This strength came from the values and principles inculcated by my grandfather, Lolo Danding. His most valuable saying is that a political party that does not touch upon or improve the lives of the people has no reason to exist. I hope that this reminder will always be the prime intention and commitment of every member of our party.
Ang aktibidad na may temang ito ang tahanan mo, noon, ngayon at sa kinabukasan ay dinaluhan ng mga local officials sa probinsya ng Tarlac kung saan ilan sa mga ito ay nagbigay ng kani-kanilang mga mensahe.
Ang importante, makakonect ako, connected pa rin ako sa mga taga-Tarlac. And that's how he was. Someone I saw na napakataas, pero yung loob, yung kalooban niya was very, he felt the people. That's why there's no better way that andito tayo ngayon lahat ng magkakasama under his party. I'm sure he is smiling that we send our love and wishes to him and we ask for his guidance.
We are gathered here in the presence of commemorating, thanking a person na to me, to my mind, is somebody that is very hard to forget. And I think many of you have personal relationships with this person or with his family or with probably the party that he stood for. So ako ay masaya dahil kahit nawala na si boss, nakikita ko na maari pa rin mabuo ang grupo na minahal niyang mga tao dito sa ating lalawigan. Lalo-lalo na sa 1st District.
A political party that does not touch upon the lives of the people has no reason to exist. So yun po ay isinabuhay ng ating mahal na Danding Cojuangco. Makita lang natin ang litrato ni Boss Danding ay inspired na tayo. Di ba? Yun po ang aking paniwala. So muli, sa inyo pong lahat, kasama ko po kayo na babati at bumabati kay Boss Danding in heaven ng happy birthday. So, ulitin ko, are we all at home? Yo.
Kasabay ng pagdiriwang ay ang panunumpa ng mga bagong membro ng NPC mula sa iba't ibang bayan sa probinsya ng Tarlac. Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Ang ASEAN New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Handa ka na bang pumasok sa mundo ng sports? Kung ready ka na, welcome sa headquarters ng Usapang Sports, Sports Minded. Saksihan ang inspiring, unfiltered moments kasama ang mga paborito mong athletes and sports legends at ang mga secrets to win mula mismo sa mga bigating coaches. Sports Minded. Uplifting stories. Breathtaking adventures. And real-life conversations on and off the court. This is your exclusive access to the celebrities of sports. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sabado, alas 11 ng umaga sa Radyo Pilipino at alas 12 ng tanghali sa 1FM. Mapapanood rin sa Radyo Pilipino at 1FM Facebook pages. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic. Heads up, grade 9 learners from all over the school division of Tarlac Province. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am your teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Isadale C. Gergasin, who will be with you in the 25 minutes of informative and educational broadcasts about our lesson for Health Grade 9 for the fourth quarter. I would like also to welcome all the listeners, especially to all the students, our dear supportive parents, and valuable stakeholders that this radio and TV broadcast may reach. Time check, ladies and gentlemen, it is exactly 4:30 in the afternoon. And you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac via remote live broadcast from Santa Crista, Tarlac City. At the end of the lesson, here are the most essential learning competencies. First, identifies protective factors related to intentional injuries. Second, demonstrates ways to prevent and control intentional injuries. Last episode, we discussed about peers. And under peers, we have bullying, stalking, and extortion.
Bullying is unwanted, aggressive behavior. The behavior is repeated or can be repeated over time. You also learn about the classification of bullying. Classification of bullying. First, we have verbal bullying. Is saying or writing mean and nasty things like teasing, name calling, making inappropriate sexual comments, taunting, and threatening to cause harm. Social bullying is sometimes referred to as relational bullying, hurting someone's reputation or relationship, telling other children not to be friends with someone, spreading rumors about someone, embarrassing someone in public. Next is physical bullying. Is hurting a person's body or destroying his or her possessions by means of hitting, kicking, pinching, spitting, tripping, or even pushing, taking or breaking someone's things, making mean or rude hand gestures. Cyberbullying is a verbal and social bullying done through use of technology and electronic means, using social media, using mobile devices, using electronic means. Aside from bullying, we still have two categories of peer influences. Stalking is a pattern of behavior that makes you feel afraid, nervous, harassed, or in danger. It is also a crime of engaging in a course of conduct directed at a person that serves no legitimate purpose. Extortion is the act of using force or threats to force people to hand over their money and properties on favor. It is also a crime of obtaining something from someone, especially money, by using force or threats. Moving on, get ready as we go along our way to discover the injury prevention, safety, and first aid, or what we call intentional injuries. Other groups of intentional injuries. Before we start, I just want to make some important reminders before listening to our broadcast. Make sure that you are in a quiet place, relaxed, and comfortable place when listening. Make sure that you have a copy of your module, compendium of notes, last, or learning activity sheet to better understand our lesson for today. For your pre-assessment, let me see who among you learners have an advanced idea about our lesson. Bring out your activity sheet and let us answer activity 1. Here is the direction. Write your answer on the space provided before the number. Choose the correct answer on the box provided below. We have gang, kidnapping and abduction, illegal paternity-related violence, acts of terror, and state terrorism. Number 1 is defined as relatively tough, mostly street-based group of young people who regard themselves and may be seen by others as a group that engages in a range of criminal activity and violence. Number 2, it is the use of violence for political goals and putting the public or a great number of people in fear. Number 3, is a group of people with similar backgrounds, occupations, interests, or tastes. Item number 4 is a taking away or forcefully moving a person against his or her will and holding him or her in unjust captivity. The act is usually for a motive like getting a monetary reward or a ransom or getting a sort of benefit from the person to their family. And last number 5, refers to the acts of terrorism which the state conducts against another state or against own citizenship. All right, my dear learners, let us check your answer. For the item number 1, the answer is gang. Number 2, acts of terror. Number 3, illegal fraternity or related violence. Number 4, kidnapping and abduction. And the last item, number 5, the word is state terrorism. Did you get all the correct answer? Who among you get the perfect score? You're awesome. Who among you got 4? Very good. And if you get 3, 2, and 1, don't worry. We still have another activity to get a high score. Our lesson for today is the continuation of intentional injuries. But before we proceed to the exciting part, let us recall first what is intentional injuries. The term intentional is used to refer to injuries resulting from purposely human action, whether directed at oneself or others. Intentional injuries include self-inflicted and interpersonal acts of violence intended to cause harm. These include domestic violence, sexual assault, homicide, and suicide. Another example of intentional injuries are gang and youth violence. It's defined as relatively tough, mostly street-based, group of young people who regard themselves and may be seen by others as a group that engages in a range of criminal activity and violence. Illegal fraternity or related violence is a group of people with similar backgrounds, occupations, interests, or faiths. For those who have just tuned in, you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. To continue, let us now study the other example of intentional injuries. Kidnapping and abduction is taking away or forcefully moving a person against his or her will and holding him or her in unjust captivity. The act is usually done for a motive like getting a monetary reward, ransom, or getting some sort of benefit from the person to their family. Acts of terror or terrorism is the use of violence for political goals and putting the public or a great number of people in fear and danger. Categories of terrorism. State terrorism refers to act of terrorism which a state conducts against another state or against its own citizens. Bioterrorism is the intentional release of viruses, bacteria, or other germs that can sicken or kill people, livestock, or crops. Bacillus anthracis is the bacteria that causes anthrax. Is one of the most likely agents to be used in a biological attack. Cyber terrorism is the convergence of cyberspace and terrorism. It refers to unlawful attacks and threats or attacks against computers, networks, and the information stored to intimidate or coerce a government or its people in furtherance or political or social objectives. Eco-terrorism, sabotage intended to hinder activities that are considered damaging to the environment. Aside from the four categories of terrorism, we still have two categories. Nuclear terrorism refers to any person or persons detonating a nuclear weapons as an act of terrorism. Some definitions of nuclear terrorism include the sabotage of nuclear facility and or the detonation of radiological device, colloquially termed as dirty bomb, but consensus is lacking. Narco-terrorism, in its original context, is understood to refer to the attempts of narcotic traffickers to influence the policies of a government or a society through violence and intimidation, and to hinder the enforcement of anti-drug tests by the systematic threat of use of such violence. Another example of institutional injuries is verbal abuse. It's a form of cruelty that involves the use of words. These words are used to attack, control, and cause harm on another person. Characteristic of verbal abuse. First, verbal abuse is hurtful. Verbal abuse may be obvious through angry outbursts and name calling. Verbal abuse is controlling. Verbal abuse is dangerous. Verbal abuse is fickle. Verbal abuse is usually worsened, increase of strength, regularity, and assortment. Sexual abuse, incest, is a sexual contract between persons who are closely that marriage between them is considered illegal. Molestation is a sexual abuse of a person, whether a child or adult, or sexual pleasure or for profit. Unwanted or improper sexual advances activity. Fondling, to handle, stroke, or caress lovingly or erotically. Mutual masturbation, two people touching each other's sexual organs for pleasure. Sodomy, sexual intercourse that involves inserting of the penis on the person into the anus of another person. For those who have just tuned in, you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. To continue with the next unwanted or improper sexual advances or activity is coitus. Sexual intercourse between a male and a female involving the insertion of the penis into the vagina. Child pornography. Explicit portrayal or children as a sexual subject matter for purpose of sexual arousal. Aside from the other improper sexual advances or activity, we still have another one that is child prostitution. Refers to children who get paid to have sex. I hope that I have given enough information and knowledge about our lesson today. Are you still with me, guys? Very good. So to have a short wrap-up of the lesson, can you give me the salient points in the lesson that you remember? I can see that you are very active in posting your answers via live stream and group chat. Children have the right to be protected from being hurt and mistreated, physically or mentally. Government should ensure that children are properly cared for and protect them from violence, abuse, and neglection from their parents or anyone else who looks after them. In terms of discipline, the convention does not specify that forms of punishment parents should use. However, any form of discipline involving violence is unacceptable. These are ways to discipline children and are effective in helping children learn about family and social expectations for their behavior. Ones that are non-violent are appropriate to the child's level of development and take the best interest the children into consideration. All right, for your activity, bring out your learner activity sheet and let us see how much you've learned from our discussion today. You will answer activity 2. Here is the direction. I will read the question and choices, and all you must do is to write the letter of your answer on the space provided before the number. Are you ready, learners? For number 1, refers to acts of terrorism which state conducts against another state or against its own citizen. I'll repeat the question. Refers to acts of terrorism which state conducts against another state or against its own citizens. A. Bioterrorism. B. State terrorism. C. Nuclear terrorism. And D is cyber terrorism. Number 2 is the intentional release of viruses, bacteria, of other germs that can sicken people, livestock, or crops. I'll repeat the question. Is the intentional release of viruses, bacteria, or other germs that can sicken people, livestock, or crops? A. Bioterrorism. B. State terrorism. C. Nuclear terrorism. And D is cyber terrorism. Number 3 is the use of internet to conduct violent acts that result in or threaten the loss of life or significantly bodily harm to achieve political or ideological gains through threats or intimidation. I repeat again the question. Is the use of the internet to conduct violent acts result in or threaten the loss of life or significantly bodily harm to achieve political or ideological gains to threat or intimidation? A. Bioterrorism. B. State terrorism. C. Nuclear terrorism. And D is cyber terrorism. For number 4, refers to any person or persons detonating a nuclear weapon as an act of terrorism. Some definition include the sabotage of nuclear facility and or the denotation of a radiological device, colloquially termed a dirty bomb, but consensus is lacking. I repeat again the question. Refers to any person or persons detonating a nuclear weapon as an act of terrorism. Some definitions of this include the sabotage of nuclear facility and or the denotation of radiological device, colloquially termed a dirty bomb, but consensus is lacking. A. Bioterrorism. B. State terrorism. C. Nuclear terrorism. And D is cyber terrorism. Okay, for the last number 5. In its original context, is understood to refer to the attempts of narcotics traffickers to influence the policies of the government and society through violence and intimidation, and to hinder the enforcement of anti-drug laws by the systematic threats of use of violence. I'll repeat again the question. In its original context, is understood to refer to the attempts of narcotics traffickers to implement the policies of a government, of a society through violence and intimidation, and to hinder the enforcement of anti-drug laws by the systematic threat or use of such violence. A. Bioterrorism. B. State terrorism. C. Nuclear terrorism. And D. Narco-terrorism. All right. You feel excited to know your score? Okay. And now, let us check your answer. Item number 1, the answer is B. Number 2, A. Number 3, D. Number 4, C. And for the item number 5, D. Did you get all the correct answers? For those who get the perfect score, good job. And who among you get 4? You're great. And who among you get 3? Very good. And who among you got 2 and 1? Don't worry, you're still doing good. Okay, for your assignment, make an advanced reading on your next topic about the rights of a child. The exciting and fun lesson will be discussed on your next airing. For questions and clarifications, do not hesitate to ask assistance from your MAPE teacher. Or just send me a message via Facebook Messenger account, Isadale Cores Magragasin. Once again, this has been your teacher Isa saying that the best investment you've ever made is your own health. God bless everyone.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
1FM. 1FM. 1 lang yan. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. 1FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Balen, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan.
Pinakikinggan lagi kita.
This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. 1 FM.
1 FM. Your only 1 FM.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Borok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Magandang hapon sa ating lahat, lalo na sa ating mga taga-subaybay ng ating Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo dito sa DCTC Radyo Pilipino 828 AM Radio. Magpapanood din ito sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Ako po ang inyong segment host, Diana Bifacun, Master Teacher 1 mula sa bayan ng Hirona, isa ring kasalo enthusiast. Ngayong hapon, mapalad tayo na tayo ay magkakasamang muli at sasamahan tayo ng mga magagaling at talagang expert pagdating sa araling panlipunan. Okay, uunahin na natin ang ating Principal 2 ng Paniki North Central School na isa ring kasalo enthusiast, walang iba kundi si Dr. Love Baragas. Magandang hapon, Dr. Love!
Hello, magandang hapon po, Miss Diana Facun. Magandang hapon po sa lahat ng mga ating tagapakinig at tagapagsubaybay ng RTV, Aral TarlakHenyo. Pagbati po sa mga taga-paniki, mga kapwa Panikenyo at Tarlakhenyo.
Kasama din po natin ang Head Teacher 6 ng Tarlac National High School. Walang iba ang napakasipag at napakahusay na si Sir Jomar J. Pansipra. Good afternoon, Sir Jomar!
Magandang hapon po, Ma'am Diana. Isang pagbati ng kapayapaan sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral sa aking mga kapwa guro, sa mga magulang, at sa lahat ng mga taga-subaybay po ng napakabuluhang programang ito. Gayun din, isang maalab na hapon po sa aking mga kapwa kasamahan na mga AP Learning Specialists, mga AP Leaders, Head Teachers. Maraming salamat po sa pag-tune in at iniimbitahan ko po kayo na makinig maigi dahil nakatitiyak ako na marami tayong matututuhan sa ating paksa ngayong hapong ito kasama ang aking kapwa panelist, Dr. Lobelia Caragas.
Kumusta naman kayo dyan, Ma'am Love at saka Sir Jomar? Umuulan ba dyan?
Hindi naman umuulan dito, Ma'am Dayan. Payapa at maayos ang paligid.
Ay, Sir Jomar.
Dito naman, medyo tumila na yung ulan kanina, ma'am, pero kanina malakas ang ulan dito. Kaya nag-aalala ko baka magkaroon ng power interruption. Pero so far, so good, ma'am.
Okay, salamat naman. Pero kahit anumang ulan o gaano man ito kalakas, ay hindi ito magpapatigil sa ating desire para i-share sa mga kabataan, sa ating mga nakikinig, sa ating mga manonood, ang isang napakagandang topic na kung saan tayo ay pag-uusapan natin ang kasaysayan ng bayan ng Paniki. Tamang-tama yan, Sir Jomar at saka Dr. Love, di ba? Kayo, both of you are from Paniki. At ako naman ay, although from Hirona ko, yung aking baryo ay yung boundary ng Paniki at saka Hirona. So, sa kabilang kanto, Paniki na sa amin. So, very close din ang Paniki sa atin. So, ang pag-uusapan natin ngayong hapong ito ay tungkol sa kasaysayan ng Paniki. Ang Paniki, gaya ng ibang lugar sa lalawigan ng Tarlac, ay isang makasaysayang lugar. Okay, bakit nga ba ang pagkakatatag ng Paniki ay napakahalagang pangyayari sa probinsya? Para ipaliwanag ito, maaari nating tanungin si Dr. Lab tungkol dito. Dr. Lab, maaari mo bang ipaliwanag kung bakit napakahalaga ng pagkakatatag ng Paniki sa kasaysayan ng probinsya ng Tarlac? Dr. Lab?
Opo, ma'am. Salamat, Ma'am Dayan. Alam niyo ba na talagang mahalaga ang pagkakatatag ng Paniki sa kasaysayan ng lalawigan ng Tarlac? Matatandaan natin sa mga unang talakayan dito sa kasalo sa radyo na ang hilagang bahagi ng Tarlac ay bahagi ng lalawigan ng Pangasinan. So bago pa pangalan ng Paniki ang ating bayan, ito muna ay nakilala noon bilang Manggang Mariit. Opo, tama ang narinig ninyo, Manggang Mariit. Ito ang unang sityong nabuo sa timog na bahagi ng Pangasinan. Ulitin ko po, una itong sityo sa timog ng Pangasinan. Ang Pangasinan kasi ay mayroong mga 7 sityo. Ang mga ito ay ang Binalatongan na siya ngayong bayan ng San Carlos City, ang Manawag, ang Bagnotan na siya ngayong Dagupan, ang Lingayen o Lingayen ngayon, Urbistondo, Malangge na siya ngayong Bayambang, at Telbang o Bautista, at ang Manggang Mariit. Nakita na ito ni Martin de Goiti, isang Kastilang pinuno noong 1571. So ano nga bang ibig sabihin ng Manggang Mariit? May matandang kwento na sa lugar na ito naninirahan ang isang napakarikit o napakagandang dalaga. Siya ay may 2 masugid na tagahanga o manliligaw. Hindi alam ng dalaga ngayon kung sino sa kanilang 2 ang sasagutin, sapagkat parehas niya silang gusto. Kaya ang ginawa ng dalaga, sinagot niya silang 2. So, salawahan si dalaga. Kaya nang malaman ng 2 binata ang ginawa ng dalaga, naghiganti ang mga binata. Ang magandang dalaga ay ibinitin sa puno ng mangga sa may plaza. Kaya doon po nakuha ang pangalang Manggang Mariit.
Oh, ganun pala, Dr. Love. Manggang marikit ang tawag nung unang panahon. So, manggang marikit, paniki. So, paano naging paniki? So, Sir Jomar, baka pwede mo namang i-share sa amin kung ano yung na found out mo, ano yung na-research mo. Paano yung manggang marikit, paano siya nabago sa kasalukuyan itong pangalan?
Isang napakagandang katanungan yan, Ma'am Diana. Maraming mga Ilocano mula sa Hilaga ang nakipagkalakalan sa may bandang timog ng Manggang Marikit. Ang mga Ilocano ay namangha sa mga paniki na nakabitin sa mga puno ng malalawak na gubat malapit sa ilog sa may bandang timog ng Manggang Marikit. Dahil sa napakaraming paniki na makikita roon, ang Manggang Marikit ay pinalitan ng pampaniki. Sa salitang Iloco, ito ay nangangahulugang paniki. Noong dumating ang mga Kastila sa pampaniki, nahihirapan silang bigkasin yung pampaniki. Kaya ang ginawa nila, mas pinaiksi nila ito. So mula sa Manggang Marikit na naging pampaniki, ito ay naging Pueblo de Paniki o bayan ng paniki. Yun po, Ma'am Diana.
Wow, ganun pala yun. Kaya akala ko nung una, Sir Jomar, Dr. Lab, kasi di ba pag yung boundary ninyo, pag pupunta ka sa paniki, mayroong revolto doon ng paniki. Akala ko pa lang yung design. So may significant pala ito sa history. So, Dr. Lab, may nabanggit ka sa akin nung research seminar natin na yung angkan ng ninyo ay may malaking kinalaman sa kasaysayan ng paniki. So, mag-start tayo sa Manggang Marikit to paniki. So, Dr. Lab, maaari mo bang i-share yung sinasabi mo nun sa akin nung seminar natin?
Okay, tama ka dyan, Madam Dayan. Alam niyo ba, noong 1712, ang pamahalaang panlalawigan ng Pangasinan ay nag-atas ng isang grupo ng Pangasinense na pinamumunuan ng magkapatid na Raimundo at Manuel Paragas para ipalaganap ang Kristyanismo. Tumira sila sa Manggang Marikit at itinatag nila ang Pueblo de Paniki. Si Raimundo Paragas ang unang namuno o gobernadorsilyo ng Pueblo de Paniki. So ang pagtira ni na Don Raimundo Paragas at Don Manuel Paragas ay naghikayat sa mga tao na manirahan dito at yakapin ang Kristyanismo. So dahil dito, naitatag ang parokya noong May 4, 1718 at si Santa Rosa de Lima nga ang naging patron ng Paniki. Ang unang naging pari o kura paroko ay si Pedro Jose Sanchez. So, hindi naglaon ay nagsidatingan na ang mga iba pang mga tao mula sa Pangasinan, Ilocos, Pampanga at Nueva Ecija.
Ganun pala. So, Dr. Love, yung si Don Raimundo at Don Manuel, parang kanununuan ng inyong mister? Tama ba ako?
Opo, tama po kayo.
So, napakalaki pa lang ng ambag ng pamilya Paragas sa pagtatatag ng pueblo ng Paniki. Ano? So, after nun, ma'am, ano pa ang nangyari nung panahon ng Kastila, noong nandun pa yung magkapatid na Don Raimundo at Don Manuel? So, baka meron ka pang may share nung panahon ng Kastila sa Paniki. So, ano naman ang naging kasaysayan pa ng Paniki, Dr. Love? After nung nandun na sila, diba, nandun na sila, dumating sila, nagpabinyag yung mga tao sa Kristyanismo. Ano pang sumunod na nangyari, Dr. Love?
So, ang Pueblo de Paniki talaga ay nakatayo malapit sa Agno, Pampanga River. Subalit ito ay nagpalipat-lipat ng maraming beses nung panahon ng Kastila. So bakit ito nalipat-lipat? May dalawang dahilan. Una ay dahil sa laging pagsalakay ng mga Negritos Pangalawa ay ang pag-aalsa ni Juan Caragay, isang tagapaglingkod ng simbahan sa Dagupan, natutol sa mga Kastila noong 1719. So sa pag-aalala na baka pumunta sa Pueblo de Paniqui si Caragay at doon magtago, si Don Raimundo Paragas at ang kanyang mga tao ay lumipat pakanluran ng Tarlac River at nakarating nga sila sa lugar na kung tawagin ngayon ay Nagmisaan. So ang Nagmisaan noon ay lugar na tahimik, mainam para sa agrikultura, subalit malayo ito sa komersyo at kapitolyo ng Lingayen. Kaya si Don Raimundo at ang mga tao ay hindi nagtagal doon. So muling lumipat ang grupo ni Don Raimundo Paragas mula sa Nagmisaan papuntang silangang bahagi at nakarating nga sa Akukulaw. So ang lugar na ito ay may magandang lupa, maraming puno, maraming fruit bats o paniki. Ang Pueblo de Paniqui ay may 35 na barangay. 76 na barangay noon. No? Ang Pueblo de Paniqui, ang pinakamalaking sitio ay ang mga sumusunod. Halimbawa, yung San Isidro, na siya ngayong Puyapo. Ang Barog, na siya ngayong bayan ng Laguna. Ang San Jose de Camiling, na siya ngayong Camiling. Ang Bani, na siya ngayong bayan ng Ramos. San Ramon, na siya ngayong bayan ng Bungada. San Jose de Anao, na siya ngayong bayan ng Anao. No? De Villa, na siya ngayong bayan ng Pura, at Binaca o Santa Ignacia. So sa panahong ito, naging makasaysayan lalo na ang Paniqui sapagkat may isang prinsipe sa katauhan ni Sultan Alimuddin ng Holosulu ang nabautismuhan noong April 29, 1750 ni Padre Enrique Martin sa lugar nga ng Akukulaw. Kaya maging ang mga anak ni Alimuddin na sina Israel at Fatima ay nahikayat din sa Kristyanismo. Kaya doon nakuha ang pagdiriwang na Binyagan Festival.
So, oo nga pala, Dr. Lab. Yung Binyagang Festival na yan, alalang-alala ko kasi grade 4 ako noon. Talagang pag ganong buwan na April, pupunta na kami sa Paniqui noon. Alam nyo, ang alalang-alala ko yung mga karosa, mga float, tapos ang mga tao nakadamit pang Muslim. Tapos, anong pangalan nito? May mga nagre-reenactment ng pagbibinyagan. So, sana, Ma'am Lab, magkaroon sana ng, marker man lang na at this area, nagkaroon ng binyagan. Siya ang kauna-unang Muslim na nag-convert sa Kristyanismo sa Pilipinas. Kasi nung kausap ko si Dr. Lino Dizon, sabi niya, Doc, kailangan bang gunitain yung Binyagan Festival? Sabi ko, anong significant nun? Sabi ko. Sabi niya, actually malaking pan yan, malaking ambag sa kasaysayan yan. Kasi ano pong prueba, sabi ko, alam mo bang binabanggit yan sa, aside from sa kasaysayan natin, binabanggit yan lagi sa pasyon. O, di ba? Sana yung mga kabataan ngayon, Dr. Laban at saka Sir Jomar, yung maalala nila at magkaroon man lang ng marker na sa Akukulaw, minsan naging parang sentro ng komersyo ng Paniqui noong unang panahon. Kaya lang ang tanong, Dr. Lab, from Akukulaw, paano nalipat ngayon sa poblasyon ang sentro ng komersyo? Maari mo ba kaming, ibig ko sabihin, maari mo bang i-share pa kung paano na-transfer yung Pueblo de Paniqui papuntang Akulaw?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, mayroon namang marker sa barangay Akukulaw. Yan ay tanda ng pagpapahalaga ng mga Paniqueño sa kasaysayang lokal, no? So, sa pagpapatuloy ng paglagi ng Pueblo de Paniqui sa Akukulaw, alam niyo po ba, hindi rin ito ganun nagtagal. Bakit? Sapagkat ang lugar po ay mababa at laging binabaha tuwing umuulan. Kaya ang alkalde Mayor de Pangasinan ay nag-utos ng paggawa ng mga malalaking bangka para magamit sa pagpapadala ng mga sulat sa iba pang karatig lugar. So dahil sa laging pagbaha po, ito ang naging dahilan upang lumipat muli ang pamahalaan ng Paniki. So naganap sila ng lugar na mas mataas, yung malayo sa baha, kaya nakarating po sila sa Pugong Kadanglaan. So nasaan na ngayon itong Pugong Kadanglaan? Dito itinayo ang isang kumbento, palengke at plaza. So kung hahanapin po natin sa kasalukuyan, ito yung kinatitirikan po ng bayan ng Paniki, ang Pugong Kadanglaan, ang poblasyon. So ayon sa ulat ni Padre Pedro Manuel Mora noong 1804, itinatag ang simbahan at kumbento sa Paniki.
Ganun pala, Dr. Love, no? Yung kumbento malapit sa simbahan, yun kaya yun?
Opo, wala po yun.
So yung kumbentong yun pala, Dr. Love, ay isang keeping saksi ng kasaysayan din ng paglipat mula sa Akupulaw papuntang Pugong Kadanglaan. So palipat-lipat pa lang Paniki, Dr. Love, mula sa lumipat sila doon sa gilid ng ilog, lumipat sa Nagmisahan, papuntang Akupulaw. Tapos pumunta sila sa Pugong Kadanglaan. Kaya pagkatapos kaya nun, anong nangyari? Ito naman, tapos na tayo sa panahon ng Kastila. Ngayon dadako tayo sa panahon ng mga Amerikano. So, Sir Jomar, after ng Spanish era, anong naman ang nangyari sa bayan ng Paniki?
Ma'am Diana, noong 1900s, itinatag ang munisipyo ng Paniki sa pamumuno ng mga Amerikano at isinalin kay Don Domingo Palarca ang pamamahala. Nang itatag ang civil government o gobyerno sibil, si Juan Colendrino ang namuno noong July 1901. Yan ay 2 buwan bago itatag ang Tarlac National High School. Sinundan siya ni na Gabriel Gatchalian, ni Roman Domantay, ni Melesio Cojuangco, Elias Recto, Maximo Orazo, Gregorio Obsena, Jose Gatchalian, Julian Obsena, Agustin del Valle, Pablo de Gracia at Agustin del Valle.
So, siyempre, ang alam naman natin, yung panahon ng Amerikano, 45 years silang nagpunta dito tayong sinakop sa Pilipinas. So, kung tutusin ng Sir Jomar, parang ang ganda rin ng transition ng Paniki ng panahon ng Afan. Kasi, di ba, from military government, naging civil. So, ngayon nagkaroon ng mga bagong leader. So, medyo parang naging smooth. So, nung panahon naman kaya ng mga Amerikano, Sir Jomar, anong nangyari sa Paniki?
Pagkatapos ng mga Amerikano, dumating yung mga Hapones noong 1942. At kaagad nilang inukupa yung bayan ng Paniki at nagtatag sila ng gobyerno sa pamumuno ni Don Ramon Garcia. Subalit agad siyang nagbitiw dahil sa pagtutol ng mga gerilyas. Kaya siya ay pinalitan ni Don Julio Arellano na kung saan palihim pala silang nag-oorganisa o bumubuo ng isang hukbo ng mga gerilyas. Noong May 8, 1945, nagtatag ng hukbo si Jose Maristela. Napatay nila ang 2 pangkat ng mga sundalong Hapones na binubuo ng 52 katao. And then nung dumating ang pwersa ng mga Amerikano, naging malaya ang bayan ng Paniki.
So yun yung transition, Sir Jomar, nung bumalik ang pwersa nila Douglas MacArthur, okay, isa rin sa mga napalayang lugar ay ang Paniki. So, Dr. Lab, meron kang i-share na trivia, di ba? So, ano ba talaga ang tamang spelling o tamang pangalan ng Paniki? So, pwede mo bang i-share, Dr. Lab?
Sige po. So, ito naman po ang trivia tungkol sa pangalan ng Paniki. So, alam niyo ba, nung panahon ng Commonwealth, o panahon ng panunungkulan ni Pangulong Manuel L. Quezon, nabago ulit ang pangalan ng Paniki. Ginawa itong paniki bilang pagsunod sa Commonwealth Government Philippinization of Places in the Philippines. Letter K po yun, yung paniki, spelled as P-A-N-I-K-I. So, ngunit ito ay ibinalik mula sa paniki na letter K at naging paniki na P-A-N-I-Q-U-I sa pamahalaan ni Pangulong Manuel A. Rojas. So, yan ang munting trivia ng pangalang paniki.
Bukod sa marikit, pampaniki, meron pa palang transition from K to Q, balik sa Q. So, ang tawag dito, napakaganda ng sinabi nyo, Dr. Labne, na ngayon, natapos na yung panahon ng Kastila, panahon ng Amerikano, panahon ng Hapones. Lumako naman tayo sa kasalukuyang katayuan ng paniki. Kumusta na ang paniki ngayon, ma'am? Pagdating sa komersyo, pagdating sa infrastruktura, ano pong masasabi ninyo, Dr. Lab?
Napakagandang katanungan po niyan at masarap sagutin din, no? Dahil ako ay nabubuhay sa kasalukuyan, no? So sa kasalukuyan, ang bayan ng Paniki ay isang first-class municipality ng lalawigan ng Tarlac. So ang mabilis na pagdami ng mga negosyong itinatayo sa bayan ng Paniki ay kasama na dito ang pag-usbong ng iba't ibang industriya. Nagiging mabilis din ang paglago at pag-unlad ng buhay ng mga tao na humigit kumilang 100,000 Panikenyans. So dahil na rin ito sa pagtutulungan ng mga tao at sa mga namumuno sa bayan ng Paniki. So ang bayan ay binubuo ng 35 na barangay na may mga elementarya at mga primaryang paaralan na bumubuo ng 3 distrito. Ito nga po ay ang Paniki North, ang Paniki South at Paniki West. So may mga pribadong paaralan din tulad ng CIT Colleges, St. Rose Catholic School, Pio Domingo Montessori, Paniki Christian School, St. Vincent School Foundation, Central Luzon High School at iba pa. So may mga pampublikong pang-sekundaryang paaralan din tulad ng Eduardo Cocoanco National Vocational High School, ang Balawang National High School, at ang Ventimiglia High School. So mayroon ding mga kolehiyo sa ating bayan, no? Nandiyan dyan ang CIT Colleges, ICF Colleges, at St. Paul Colleges.
Isa na palang first-class municipality ang Paniki. Ito ay nangangahulugan lang na maunlad na talaga at patuloy pa itong umaangat. Sa pangkalatan, ano po ba ang karaniwang kinabubuhay ng ating kababayan, Dr. Love? Ano yung mga source of income nila?
Okay po. Ayon sa datos, pagsasaka pa rin ang pangunahing ikinabubuhay ng mga tao sa Paniki, no? Pangunahing tanim pa rin ang palay, mais, tubo, singkamas, kamote at iba pang mga gulay. Pero bukod dito, marami na ring mga industriya po ang umusbong sa bayan ng Paniki tulad ng mga naglalakihang mga establishmento o mga mall, no? Marami ring mga profesional na Panikenyo ang naghahanap buhay sa mga opisina, sa bangko, paaralan, at ang iba naman ay sa pagnenegosyo. Tulad naman ng itlog, pagkain, lumber and hardware, at pag-aangkat ng mga pangunahing materyales sa mga pangunahing pangangailangan. So, Ma'am Nian, sa aking naisulat na thesis noong 1995, na may pamagat na The Genealogy of Don Jose C. Cojuangco Sr. and its Legacy to the Province of Tarlac, ay nakasulat po ang malaking ambag ng pamilya Cojuangco sa kabuhayan at pag-unlad ng bayang Paniki, no? Sa larangan ng pagsasaka at pagbibigay ng mga trabaho, hindi lang sa mga Panikenyo, kundi maging sa mga Tarlakenyo.
Wow! Dr. Lab, pabasa mo rin sa akin yung sulat mo, ha? Nakapagsulat na po pala kayo ng lokal na kasaysayan ng Paniki. So sana, Dr. Jomar, no? Sir Jomar, mabigyan tayo ni Dr. Lab ng copy na yon.
Oo,
So,
kailangan
talagang
natin copy na yan, ma'am.
Opo, pwede. Nandito, nakatago pa.
So kung titignan mo nga naman kasi sa mga bayan ng Tarlac, talagang isa ang paniki sa mga mauunlad na. So pagdating sa agrikultura, pagdating sa industrialisasyon, maraming pabrika, maraming mall na ngayon sa paniki. So maliban pa doon, ano pa kaya ang maari nating tanungin o malaman sa paniki? May mga sikat ba mga personalidad o may mga tao na mayroong kinalaman sa kasaysayan na pwede nating i-claim na from paniki ang mga taong ito? Sir Jomar, baka may pwede kang i-share?
Sige, Ma'am Diana. Ang paniki ay tahanan ng mga sikat na tao tulad ng pamilya Cojuangco sa pamumuno ni Ingkong Jose Cojuangco at ang kanyang pamilya. Ang kanyang anak na si Doña Isidra Cojuangco ang nagtatag ng Paniki Sugar Mills noong 1928 at ang pamilya rin nila ang nagtatag ng Philippine Bank of Commerce. Sa paniki rin ipinanganak ang kauna-unahang babaeng Pangulo ng Pilipinas, ang dating Pangulong Corazon C. Aquino. Dito rin nagmula ang namayapang ambassador at ang ating minamahal na si Eduardo Danding Cojuangco Jr. Siya yung nanguna sa Project Free o yung flagship to reach educational excellence. At ito ay libreng pag-aaral ng mga guro sa postgraduate studies at syempre, ang minamahal din natin ang namayapang Congressman Charlie Cojuangco na siyang tumulong sa Schools Division of Tarlac Province para mabuo natin itong Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo.
So, hindi lang pala ko yung mga, ibig sabihin, hindi lang yung pangalan ang maganda, hindi lang yung pangalan ng makasaysayan, kundi yung pamilya, yung angkan, at mga personalidad. Imaginin mo, ang kauna-unahang pangulong babae ng Pilipinas ay pinanganak pala sa paniki. Akala ko naman sa Luisita siya pinanganak, pala sa paniki. So, ganun din ang ating minamahal na si Ambassador Danding Cojuangco. Okay, na tutusin, ako ay produkto ng Project Free.
Ako rin
So, ganun din ang ating namayapang si Congressman Charlie Cojuangco. Pero yung ating Project Shine na kanyang tinulong sa ating division ay hindi kailanman makakalimutan yun. Yung effort na ibahagi ang ating edukasyon. Bagamat sa panahon ng pandemya, naisip nilang ibigay yung paggamit yung kanilang istasyon para ang mga ganitong mga segment, mga episode na kung saan ito ay educational sa mga bata, hindi lang sa kanilang lesson, kundi pati rin sa kasaysayan ng ating probinsya. So, napakaganda ng ating talakayan ngayon, Sir Jomar, Dr. Lab, na?
Opo, maraming salamat sa pagkakataon na ibinigay sa akin. Binabati ko po, kunin ko na ang itong pagkakataon na to, ang Local Government Unit of Paniki, ang mga guro ng Paniki, ang mga mag-aaral ng Paniki, lahat po ng mga tagapakinig sa bayan ng Paniki. Sana po nakapagbahagi kami ng kaunting kaalaman sa inyo sa larangan ng kasaysayan ng Paniki. Gayon din po ang aking PSDS, kung siya man po ay nakikinig. Pagbati po sa inyo, Madam.
Sir Jomar?
Maraming salamat po sa pagbibigay ng pagkakataon ngayon na ma-share ang aming kaalaman sa kasaysayan ng paniki. Sir Lambert, salamat po sa mga kasamahan namin sa Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Maraming salamat po. Sana nakikinig ang mga taga Santa Ines, Paniki Tarlac, ang aking baryo. Kamusta po kayo dyan?
Sir Lambert, maraming salamat sa pagkakataong ibinigay. Sa pamumuno rin ng ating executive sa DEPED, Sir Ronaldo Pozon, Madam Selena Vega, and Sir Arman Capili.
Okay, so muli po, ako po ang inyong segment host. Natapos na naman ito, 30 minutes na. So ako po si Diana Bipakun, na nag-iiwan ng katagang ang pagkaaral ng kasaysayang lokal ay gaan upang maunawaan ang nakaraan, mabigyang kahulugan ang kasalukuyan at mapaghandaan ang hinaharap. Ito rin ang daan upang ganap na maunawaan ang pambansang kasaysayan na siyang daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Muli, maraming salamat! Paalam!
Maraming salamat. Paalam.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.